So here we are, back in our RogueTech campaign. Our Madcap Mark II is going to be done in 22 days. We don't have much for good weapons for it, but that's still going to be an insane mech for us. Absolutely crazy. So let's go ahead and hop into the command center here. Actually, let's go into the barracks first. I think we're basically ready to go here. We're putting our money back together a little bit, but a live fire could use a point of tactics. So we'll definitely go for that. What else do we have here? A point of tactics for Mongrel. Sounds good.
Ready for order.
Okay. Otherwise, that looks good. So let's hop over to the command center and see what we've got available. We're putting our money back together here and trying to get our hands on some decent weapon systems at the same time. We're doing reasonably okay financially, but we're not doing the absolute best financially. I wanted to double check. It seems like we didn't repair the Wolfhound. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. We did not repair the Wolfhound because if I recall correctly, I need to double check on this, but I believe that we didn't have double heat sinks to replace here. And so we're waiting on a double heat sink kit. Yes, that seems right. Otherwise, the rest of this is good to go. We just don't want to spend the money on it right now. So we need to get a double heatsink kit. That we need to keep an eye out for that. And I think for the moment, that's an attack and defend. That's a little spicy for what I'm looking for here. A battle in an urban environment might not be too bad. Okay, let's go ahead and negotiate this. What do we have for priority salvage here? Not a lot. We'll just run this straight down the middle. And we're looking primarily for that double heatsink kit. We could definitely deploy our Jenner and our Commando here as well. And Mongrel is our Jenner pilot, and Smoke is our Commando pilot. Cool. So that's all great. We'll go ahead and deploy this, and we'll see what we're up against. But yeah, I'm definitely on the lookout for that double heatsink kit. We need that more than anything else at this point. That is absolute highest priority over everything else. That Wolfhound being back online would be amazing. So let's go on this. And the Madcap Mark II, it could use some better weaponry. There's no doubt about that. I would love to get like UAC 20s for it, like it had stock. Or we could go for something like we have the heavy Gauss rifle. We don't have ammo for it. That's a possibility. I would rather not equip that on the Madcap Mark II, though, because it has that knockdown chance. It's a pretty decent knockdown chance, too. So if we were running, like, double Gauss rifles, it would have a 50% chance minus a decent amount for... I forget the actual amount for every point of piloting. So it would end up having, like, a 30% knockdown chance with double HGRs. Double HGRs would be great. And then its other weapon slot is missile? I think. MRMs would be amazing in that slot. Like an MRM 40, if we can fit it. That would be perfect. MRM 40 dual UAC 20 would be just the dream. We don't have anything like that right now. But that would be amazing. The current weaponry on that Madcap Mark II are going to be underwhelming, for sure. There's no doubt about that, and we don't have the best hardpoints for it either. So it's going to be a good mech for us, but it's not going to be like a complete and total game changer. It's just going to be a mostly total game changer, if that makes any sense. Okay, let's get this first loading done here. The first one is always the longest, but we need to destroy the terrorist units. We've finally tracked down the Cretan terrorists responsible for a deadly attack on one of our facilities. Unfortunately, even though there's only 2 of them, they're extremely heavily armed and very, very dangerous. That's why we're turning to you. We simply don't have the forces available to reach them before they strike again. This seems really straightforward, Commander. I'm not too worried about extremely heavily armed. I'm sure it's nothing we haven't dealt with before. I mean, it'll probably be easier than the professional. That's for sure. I'm still impressed with myself for succeeding that mission. That was absolutely great. I'm very happy about that. But let's see what we've got here. If there are indeed only 2 enemies, we should be able to swarm them very, very easily here. The army you've got is never the army you want. Isn't that the truth?
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Okay, let's go.
Command interface
Fantastic.
initiated.
I'll be on station, keeping an eye on things. Okay, so there's a Taurian lance. Cool. Sounds good. So these Cretan terrorists are up over here. We could drop right here. And I think we're going to. Hopefully we roll well on the initiative. We'll see how that goes. What do we got? Well, that's a vehicle. What else is up here? Unmarked dropship. Yep. That's the other team. Okay. So this is a Rhino. We need to start closing in here. We can't really afford to reserve, I don't think. We need to move up over here with our Wolverine. Okay. A thumper. Interesting. So, our hit odds here aren't the best. We'll give it a go. We got a little bit of damage into him. Fantastic. Okay.
Commander.
So our Hollander is going to move up over... I don't love these positions. We have a clear LOS here.
No shooting.
Let's see what our hit odds are. 25%. I think that's not worth risking the backstab. So we're not going to fire the Gauss rifle and bring the recoil up this round. We'll move the add AC-20 ammo up. It doesn't really get a chance to shoot, but what we're really looking for right now is evasive, more than anything else, and getting our lights a little bit more into position. So we're going to move up with our Jenner here. Cool. Okay, so let's see what that thumper does and actually has. Okay, well, that's a thumper. Cool. So there's that thumper artillery. Luckily, it's firing heat rounds, so that doesn't really matter to us all that much. We're going to sprint our Mongoose up over here.
Going full throttle.
We don't have LOS on anything just yet. And our Commando is going to sprint up as well, grabbing 5 evasive. Cool.
What's up?
And our Hatchetman is going to sprint up as well.
Full speed.
Actually, can I just turn off that cinematic camera for movement? That would be nice. Is that an option that exists now? Let's see here. Gameplay. Zoom to new contacts, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Dynamic attack camera, but sprint follow cam. Let's move that over to never. There we go. Let's get rid of that camera movement. I don't think that's useful. For the attacks, I don't mind it, but for the movement, let's not do it. Cool. Okay, so now this Rhino is going to move. Reinforcements, not for them, but against them, are going to drop in a moment. Okay, they shoot at our Jenner and get quite a bit of damage done there. For the moment, that's okay.
Fire here.
Okay, let's see what we've got over here. The Taurian Bounty Hunters. That doesn't look too bad. I see a Commando and a Gorgon. Yeah, I think that's okay. That's a Valk. And we also see a J. Edgar. Cool.
Yes, Commander.
No real problem there. We're going to move our Hollander up to this position where it can't take fire from the Taurians. And we're going to fire rear arc on this Rhino. Let's see what we get. How much rear arc armor does it have? 200? It's pretty heavily armored. But we do manage to get in there. Cool. We hit its side arc, the same side that we've been hitting before. So that Commando moves up over here. Not too much to be concerned about there.
I'm here.
Our Wolverine is going to move up. I'd like to actually get into the side arc here. The same side arc that we've been in, that we've been hitting.
Let's move.
So we're going to position up here, and we're going to fire on this Rhino's weak side arc.
Roger.
And hit almost nothing there.
Ready for orders.
That's unfortunate. The add AC-20 ammo can move up over here.
Acknowledged.
21% versus 44%. I mean, the odds are obvious. Ooh, we still miss everything. Sad. Very sad indeed.
Ready for orders.
So our hatchetman is absolutely going to move up over this direction. I don't like this position,
Roger, full speed.
but it's where we'll go.
Order.
And then our mongoose can come in and start hitting, ideally, the rear arc of this thumper. 140? Yes. Our melee hit odds are 55%. If we miss, the mongoose could be in danger. But we're going to try it. What could go wrong? We missed. Oof. The mongoose is now officially in danger.
Missed.
We did get a decent backstab in there, but that is unfortunate.
Commander.
So the Jenner should absolutely move up over here and try to block a little bit. These hit odds are really very bad. We could potentially position up here instead
Aye, aye.
and go for the Rhino. We're not going to get the kill on it, but we got some decent armor damage in. Okay, so the Thumper will move now, but the Mongoose missing that melee attack definitely hurts. What's your plan? He didn't fire.
Standing by.
Well, they kind of let us get away with that one. I like it. We're going to move up over here with our hatchetman,
Double
and we're
time.
going to continue hitting that Rhino. I'd love to hit this side arc where it's weakened, but we'll see what we get.
All weapons go.
Okay. We definitely weakened it there,
Cook.
for sure. Okay, phase 11, we're going to see the Rhino move, and it fires on our Mongoose. Ow.
Oh, Commander. I'm hit.
Well, that's what happens when you miss your melee. Luckily, we didn't lose our medium-heavy laser yet. The Gorgon moves up and fires on nothing at all.
Yes, Commander.
Interesting. So I believe the weak side here is the right side, and he is facing this direction. So this is his weak side here. Fascinating. So we can move up to about here and hit that Rhino's weak arc. We can also fire the AoE Rocket 5 here.
Copy that. Firing up strike.
So that's a structure exposure on the Rhino.
All out of short-range missiles.
And the Rhino is very close to being dead. I'm hoping that the Taurians will hit the Rhino instead of our Mongoose. That would be nice. The Jaeger moves up and chooses not to fire. I like it. Okay,
Goods to go.
so our Hollander is absolutely going to move up over... Well, I kind of want to sprint it, actually. I want to move it up over this way and fire it on that Rhino.
Roger.
Decent chance of stray shot, but also a decent chance of killing it.
Firing a full salvo.
Or we could just miss. That works too. Sure. That's absolutely fine, I suppose. So the Valk jumps over and does what exactly? Fires on our Mongoose with mines. That's very rude.
Orders.
Very rude indeed. Okay. 10 landmines is not so bad. We're going to hit the rear arc of this Thumper. Not that we're going to kill it, I don't think.
I've got.
We'll get some damage dealt. Cool.
Aye, aye.
Now our Wolverine is going to come over. Not here exactly. Here will do.
Understood.
We're going to fire on the Rhino. We could stray shot. Only one missile hit the exposed structure.
Scored a critical
That's
hit.
unfortunate.
Yes,
But our
Commander.
Jenner is going to come in over this way-ish. It's only the one evasive. We have to keep moving here. And unfortunately, that's not a helpful position, really. But we do have the J. Edgar here that we can fire at. Or the Gorgon. What is the rear armor on this thing? 150? Okay. We'll take it. Cool.
Ready.
So at this point, this J. Edgar is really blocking us right now. But we can position here.
Heading out.
And we're going to fire on the Rhino with our machine guns cranked up to maximum here. I'm not going to fire the snub-nosed PPC because of heat, but we're going to fire the pulse lasers and the machine guns, and we're going to try to kill this Rhino once and for all. I think it's dead. Beautiful.
Hostile eliminated.
Okay, so the Rhino's out of here.
Orders.
The Hatchetman is now going to move up.
Heading
We
out.
can fire on the J. Edgar or on the Gorgon. The Gorgon is the obvious choice. So we'll whittle down its armor a little bit. That was, in fact, 108 damage to the Gorgon. Not too bad. That Thumper moves over. It does take a bunch of mine damage, and then it fires machine guns at our Hollander.
Armor holding.
An interesting choice. Okay. The Commando moves over here. Not too relevant, but it does fire on our Jenner. We're probably going to attack it with our Jenner next.
Receiving.
Our add AC-20 ammo is our next vehicle, or rather our next mech to move.
Acknowledged.
So I think the clear choice here is to hit the Gorgon in its weakened side arc. We're not going to kill it,
Here it comes.
but we did get a good amount of armor off of it. Fantastic. So phase 11 is going to be the J. Edgar. It moves out into the mines and goes for the Thumper. I like it. So who moves next? That is our
Standing by.
Commando. The Commando needs to come out this direction and go for the rear arc kick on the Gorgon. Actually, the side arc. We want the right side. So we want it to be a kick like this.
I'm there.
Cool.
I'd rather use weapons, but
22 damage to it from the kick. Structure exposure. But it's not dead. Which is very sad. It moves up and fires on the Thumper. I mean, that's good. Wait. That just cleared a bunch of mines.
show me your war face.
It just cleared a bunch of their own mines with its Thunderbolt. That's interesting. So the Valkyrie jumps and fires on our Wolverine and drops additional mines in. Very rude. Okay.
Yes, Commander.
Our Mongoose at this point can come into this rear arc. There will be no mines here because it already cleared out all of the mines. And if we follow this path, we can walk in. There will be one Thunder mine. But we can walk in and try to do this again. It's a little dangerous. And I feel like we can't afford to get away with that. So instead, we're going to send the Mongoose out to attack this Commando. Hit odds are low, but it's a safer move. We're not going to bother firing, I think. And we're just going to sink heat this round. Cool.
I'm here.
So now our Wolverine can safely, well, not really safely, but it can go for this Thumper here. We can go for that rear arc attack. And the Wolverine is in a lot better
Position
position
confirmed.
than our Mongoose is, that's for sure. So we missed that. I'm not shocked. Okay. Not a lot of damage there, but it was enough to make that a little weakened. The J. Edgar moves off and fires on our Hollander,
Light damage, Commander.
and for the moment that's completely fine.
Commander.
Our Hollander could turn and fire on these guys. 60% on the J. Edgar. Actually, I want to reserve the Hollander here.
Right here.
The Freeman can come around over... I'm trying to look for an LOS on the Valkyrie. There's one up over here. It's obstructed, but that's okay.
If you say so.
So all we need to do is hit the Valkyrie with something. And we'll make it unsteady.
Copy.
Cool. So it's now unsteady, and now the Valkyrie's far easier to hit. The commando moves up, goes for the hatchetman. That's fine. I really don't care about that. Cool.
Orders?
And we're going to go in for the commando here. Hello, Ava Wood. I wasn't really paying attention to the chat. I didn't notice how long ago that comment came in. So, hello. Sorry for not paying as much attention as I should have. We're going to just fire the SRM-6 and medium lasers. We're probably going to miss this kick on the commando, but that's okay. We do. That's fine.
Reporting negative damage.
We broke through the rear arc armor already on the commando there, it looked like. Or was that just a through armor? No, we broke through. Cool. Okay, so at this point, our hatchetman is going to go for the kill on the Gorgon. We want to hit the right side, so off over here. And we will hit 2 thunder mines, but I think that's okay. I'm not going to fire the snub nose here. This should get us the kill, in theory.
Order received.
We missed the melee. Sad.
That's a miss.
But that's a kill. Cool. So no problem there.
Target eliminated.
Fantastic.
Standing by.
Next up, our add AC-20 ammo. I was hoping that we would have made the commando unsteady. It didn't happen. We could go for the thumper, or we could move back and engage the J. Edgar. Or we could position here and engage the Valk. And that's the
On my
clear
way.
choice at this point. Yeah, we take some damage from landmines, but that's okay.
I copy.
Yeah, that's some damage to that Valkyrie. Unfortunately, it hit the leg. It's going to get knocked down, and I'm not sure if we're going to have LOS with the Hollander on it. We'll find out.
Yes, Commander.
Our hatchetman, I think, should definitely move over this way and start engaging the J. Edgar.
Location confirmed.
So we'll go ahead and fire on that.
Targeting for an alpha strike.
We got a structure exposure on it, and it's in fire. So when it moves, it might die. Oh, this is a ram on the hatchetman. Rude. Very rude.
I'm hit.
He one-shot our leg off of there. Very rude indeed. Well, there wasn't anything in that leg, so it's okay.
Waiting for order.
Our Hollander is going to turn. And we're going to try to finish off that Valkyrie. I mean, we could take out the torso, I suppose.
Giving them everything I've got.
Yeah, there we go. Torso's out of there. The Valkyrie is still alive. How much damage transferred? Let's see here. Okay, still 90 HP in that CT.
Let's do
So our
it.
Hollander gets to fire again instantly. Cool. So now there's only like 20 HP in there.
Commander.
Our Mongoose is going to move in and roll a kick on this commando. Hopefully we hit, but there's a pretty good chance we don't. It's about a 50-50.
Move order received.
Yeah, we miss. Have we hit a single kick in this mission? I think we hit one. Okay, well there's a torso destruction on that commando,
Inflicted some heavy damage.
so that's fine.
Yes, Commander.
And at this point, our Freeman... I'm going to use the Freeman to finish off the Valk. I want it out of here. So we're not going to move the Freeman. But that Valkyrie is dead. So that's great.
Destroyed. Aye, aye.
Our Wolverine should definitely move down over here. We're going to take some damage from our thunder mines there. Or not our thunder mines, their thunder mines there. And we'll position here for better ideal range for our AC-5. The Thumper has very weak rear armor, so we should definitely kill it here.
Firing. Got past the armor.
Wow. Just how much did our damage spread out there? Hello, Shadow Wolf. Yeah, that was pretty much an even spread between those two locations. That's sad.
Ready for
Well, our
orders.
Jenner moves now, and unfortunately, this guy didn't become unsteady, but it's okay. I would like to kick here, but we can't because we missed the previous kick. We could Vigilance to fix that, and I'm going to. Actually, that doesn't work anymore. Apparently, you can't do that anymore. Interesting. Well, we're going to hit this Commando's rear arc, I guess, and hopefully do some good damage to it. Is the other torso destroyed? So this Commando's just a stick now.
That hit something good.
Will he eject? He was knocked down. But he had 1 damage resistance there, so he doesn't actually get taken out. That is... We're having awkward rolls again. Okay. Well, our Hatchman is going to walk in and hit this J. Edgar. We can only charge it from this position, probably because we're overheated. But we're going to walk down over to here. And I'm just going to fire the snub nose.
Target lock on enemy clear.
We hit it, but not where we needed to. Okay.
Aye, aye.
Well, our add AC-20 ammo is going to finish off this Thumper. There's no way it survives this.
Locked on for physical attack.
There we go. Vehicle destroyed. Hopefully we get the Thumper artillery out of that. Our Hatchman being legged is not the end of the world, but that will cost us some money. So that J. Edgar walks off, or rolls off, I guess, a long ways. Interesting.
Commander?
So our Hatchman will stand up. We're going to have to go after that J. Edgar.
Regain stance, Commander.
But this should be a relatively free shot. In theory. I'm going to not fire this medium pulse laser for heat. Okay. 1 dead commando. So all that's left now is the J. Edgar. And we're going to have to send our lights after it. So,
This heat is
it
fine,
fled
nocturnal.
a long ways away. We'll sprint on down once it gets calculated for the Jenner. Any moment now, game. You can do it. There we go. Cool. So we'll make our way down over here. We're overheated, so this is all the further we can go. We'll sink that heat, and our Hollander will have to try to head down over this way as well. Okay, come on. Hollander doesn't go that far. Shouldn't be that hard to calculate. Let's go. Come on, RogueTech. There we go.
Roger that.
Cool.
No shooting.
So we'll get the
Just
Hollander
run.
down over here. And
Waiting for
next
orders.
up is going to be the Mongoose. Now, the Mongoose can't sprint because it missed its melee.
Heading out.
So we're just going to take it on down.
Standing by.
The Wolverine will head on down this way. We need to clear this minefield, but there's not much left of that.
Receiving you.
And we're just trying to chase down this Hatchman at this point.
Going
Or not the
full
Hatchman. This is the Hatchman. We're trying to chase down the J. Edgar at this point.
Commander.
Okay. The add AC-20 ammo is also not calculated. Weird. What are you doing, RogueTech?
I'm here.
It has some moves mostly calculated. There we go. There wasn't a patch, so I'm not going to say that they broke something.
Standing by.
I don't know. Well, we're just going to head down here. Cool. Landmines exploding. That's rude. I'm hoping he comes back here. This is the edge of the map, though, so there's not that much further he can go. All the way up here with 7 evasive pips. It's going to be obnoxious to chase that down. The Hatchman, of course, can't really go anywhere. It has a bad leg.
Receiving
Okay.
you.
So our mongoose is going to try to head out over this way.
Confirmed. Orders.
But hopefully this J. Edgar
Copy
lets
that.
us catch it pretty soon here, because this is,
Receiving
like I said in the last stream, this is one of these, well, in the last
Just
RogueTech
right.
stream anyway, this is one of those situations where I feel like the AI should just give up. It's
Confirmed.
maybe a little realistic for it to try to kite you around like this, but
What's up, boss?
it's not the funnest of things,
Got it.
because it
No
it
shooting,
has no
just running.
chance. It'll die eventually.
Right here.
Okay, we're gonna head up over here.
Copy.
And it's probably going to go up over here next, if I had to guess.
Receiving you.
We can send our Jenner up over there to try to cut it off.
Full speed. No target.
And its heat will drop off. There we go. And
Order.
finally, our Hatchetman, of course, it doesn't do anything.
On it.
It has a bad leg. So where are you going to go, buddy? Down here. Well, we're not going to have an LOS on the J. Edgar, I don't think. But we can probably get an LOS on this coolant exchanger.
Good to go.
So our Hollander will move down to here.
Got it.
And I'd like to fire on that coolant exchanger.
Roger.
And we missed. Perfect.
Missed.
Oh, I
Waiting
love it.
for orders.
Okay, so our Jenner is absolutely going to head in over this
I
way.
copy.
What else do we have? We have the AD AC-20 ammo, which really isn't going to be in range.
On the move. Full speed.
Okay.
Ready for orders.
We have our Mongoose, which I think is unlikely to be in range
Double
as
time.
well.
Let's go.
We're going to head up over here, and
Standing by.
our Wolverine actually does get an LOS directly on the J. Edgar,
All right. Full speed.
but our hit odds are so much better here. But we're only going to do 45 damage to it. It has 50 HP.
Here we go.
So it's not going to die here. And it moves. Oh, this is actually a much better position for us. Cool. So it's much easier to hit here. It still has the 7 evasive, so it's going to be complicated, no matter how we slice it. But we can make our way up over this way.
Acknowledged.
The Hatcherman doesn't get an LOS, but many of our other mechs will. Like, for example,
Yes,
the Freeman,
Commander.
which can move in over here,
Accelerating to location.
and we can try to tag the J. Edgar here.
Locking in target.
We did not succeed, but we got 20 damage into it anyway.
Waiting for orders.
And this Hatcherman, of course, is pretty useless.
Position confirmed.
Cool.
Yes.
So our Hollander is honestly just going to stay put. We're going to pot shot this. Odds are pretty low.
Targeting for an alpha.
Yeah, we
strike.
didn't hit. Luckily, we didn't stray shot our Freeman, so it's all good.
Standing by.
The Mongoose is going to head off over this way. There will be 2 mines that it hits on the way, but it's okay. Yeah. It's just 7 evasive pips is very rough. This thing's moving extraordinarily fast. We're going to move in with our Wolverine to here. Optimal range.
All weapons. Fire.
Okay.
Standing by.
And our Jenner is going to try to chase it down a bit as well.
Copy that.
All we need is like 1 missile. 1 single missile to go in here, and it dies.
Firing.
We hit 2 lasers, but not in the correct position.
Right here.
Okay. Well, our commando can come in and hit the rear arc with a melee, hopefully. We'll roll it and see what happens.
Roger that.
Now, just tagging it would be a big deal at this point. Okay, we did successfully melee it there. And we did tag it too. It's dead. Beautiful. Okay, so we're out of here.
I got him.
Bad luck. Just in the AO at the same time. Okay. Well, that's absolutely fine. We get a decent amount of pay out of that. I don't think there's a double heatsink kit in this. We'll see. If there is a double heatsink kit, that would be amazing. We really do need one. But we do get about 1 million C-bills, so that'll put us in a pretty good position financially. And we're going to be able to start another Argo upgrade pretty soon, too. We're going to want to finish our Argo upgrades basically as soon as possible. That Hatchman will require work. Okay, I don't necessarily care about getting the Thumper here. Dual LRM 20s is not bad. There is a Thumper artillery here. 14% chance for knockdown. I'm going to take the Thumper. No double heatsink kit. There's Thumper ammo here too. We're going to take that. I hope that we get the LRM 20s out of, and this double LRM 20 ammo, or this double LRM ammo rather, out of the roulette. Hopefully. But it probably won't happen. Let's see. Internal combustion engine, a scatter FCS, standard heatsink cooling, generic structure, machine gun ammo. Nothing too great here. Okay. I was hoping for the LRMs, but the Thumper is kind of more important. So who do we want to put that Thumper on? Well, could we fit it on our Hollander? Surely we couldn't, right? We can experiment with that. If we can fit it on the Hollander, then we could put the Gauss rifle on our Madcap Mark II. That would be pretty good, but surely it won't fit. We'll see. What do you got, Yang? I know it's going to be somewhat expensive, since we lost that leg. 141k. Not too bad. We'll take it. Okay, so let's hop into the mech bay here.
Hey, Commander. Be with you in a second.
And I want to cancel the work. Actually, we should not cancel the work on the Hollander. We should let that finish, but we should prioritize it. Okay, we'll take forward 2 days. And now we'll hop back into the mech bay and let's experiment with that Hollander. So let's see if we can get that Gauss rifle off. The Gauss rifle weighs 15 tons. The Thumper weighs 15 tons. Beautiful. So we drop the Gauss. We drop the double ton of Gauss ammo. We put on the Thumper. We require additional free slots, but we can move heat sinks over to this torso. 4 additional free slots. Okay, we can probably get away with dropping the Light Pharaoh. Still 4 additional free slots. Okay, can we not run the XL engine with it? That's a possibility. Still requires an additional free slot. That's interesting. What are the slot requirements these days? 7 plus 8. So it should fit here, and then it has 8 movable slots, right? 14 fixed slots reserved. Huh. 4 additional free slots. So hypothetically, if we drop the endosteel structure, yeah, that doesn't work. Where does it want to put those slots then? Let's discard that for the moment. The Madcap Mark II is going to be done in 22 days. Okay, we could mount it on the Madcap Mark II. Almost a guarantee. But what additional slots, like where is it wanting those slots to go, is my question. It obviously can't put it all in this torso. That's obviously not a thing. So we move these heat sinks over. We require 7 to fit it in here, 7 fixed slots here. That's easy enough, but it requires 4 additional free slots. We temporarily drop the XL, the endosteel, and the Light Pharaoh. Does it require them in this torso? Hang on. Let's move these away. 1 additional free slot. In the arm? 2 additional free slots. Uh-huh. So it requires them in the CT? That's a little wild. One additional free slot in the CT, I think. If we move this up here, one additional free slot. But if we move this here, two additional free slots. So it's in the CT. We need to free up one slot in the CT of all places. Do we have a gyro upgrade that could reduce that? I don't think so. That's a little wild, for sure. We would be able to run the endosteel structure and light ferro. We should definitely be able to do that. And drop the Gauss ammo. And we put the XL engine in here. 4 additional free slots. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we require no XL engine, and we require an additional slot in the CT. Wild. Okay, so I guess that's not going to work. We can leave that be for now. And we can figure out where we want to put that as we get some of our other mechs finished up. So let's get these underway. A black marketer, huh? No. Wait. Oops. I did not necessarily mean to agree to that. Now present in the local hiring hall. We don't have to actually hire her. Cool. So the hatchman is done as of...
Got the financial report.
Well, there's the financial report. Sure. But the hatchman will be done as of basically now. Didn't necessarily mean to hit the financial report there, but it's okay. So let's hop into the mech bay and let's see if any of these can maybe get a thumper on it. A hatchetman with a thumper would be really weird. I'm not going to lie. So what if hypothetically, obviously we need to repair this leg, but what if hypothetically, I don't think we're going to get the tonnage on this thing, but we drop the MG. Can we physically put it on? No. It still requires that additional free CT slot. So that's not going to work. Let's actually just revert this back. And then hit the repair button. All good. Okay.
Right.
So we also need to do some internal work on some other mechs, but I want to check the Wolverine here. The Wolverine has been substantially downgraded, but if we dropped this AC5 and we put the thumper in the arm, now that could theoretically work. We'd obviously drop our AC5 ammo. We could even, in theory, get away with an XL engine, but I'm not going to put an XL engine in this. We can drop our SRM-6. That's 3 tons in exchange for an LRM-10 Delta, which would be nice, but that is 2 tons additional. So this is obviously pretty overweight. We would drop our 2 tons of SRM ammo. And from here, we would definitely need LRM ammo, if we have any. We do. So we could go for some listen kill. And that sounds good to me. And then some thumper ammo. So how many rounds of thumper ammo is this? 15. That should be sufficient. But we've got 8 tons overweight here. Obviously, if this is our loadout, we don't need to move this quickly. So we could drop down to a much, much smaller engine core. An engine core 60 would be hilarious, but we don't need to go that small. I can tell you that. Let's try like a 160. That gives us 3 tons to work with, and I think we're going to need heat sinks. Yeah, we need 3 additional external heat sinks. Do we need to be on a double heat sink kit, though? We drop this double heat sink, and then we do 1, 2... 3, 4. That's all good. And then we don't even need the endosteel structure. This could work. We could drop the Artemis 4 FCS. I don't think that that's necessary here. Modifies scatter of missed indirect fire shots. I'm not sure how useful that is for this. What I was thinking of doing is putting in an FCS, which this is the only one we'd have that would work for this. And then we could slot a like medium laser here as just a backup weapon. Something kind of like that. And then we can definitely max out our armor here. And we'd still have a little bit of weight remaining, but this wouldn't be bad. I think that's okay. So we'll put our Thumper on there. And the Wolverine is now in a very, very different role. There's no doubt about that. But that means that we can actually get the Wolfhound refit now that we have that double heatsink kit. So we can come in here and we can hit the repair all button. Sadly, we did lose that ER medium laser and the small heavy laser over there, but we definitely do need... What is going on here? That's exciting. That is very exciting. We definitely need our XL engine. Not enough free slots. Yeah, because it's using, I think, extra fusion core slots. What was our fusion core here? 240. So we could put in a 240. We've got one. Yeah, there we go. Now we're good there. And now we can put in the XL engine. Fantastic. Also, our double heatsink kit. Our XL engine. It's going to be expensive, no doubt about that. But this is a step in the right direction. So, endosteel structure we had on here previously. And then we had an ER medium laser and a small heavy laser over here. So, honestly, we could just go to a regular ER medium laser like a Bright Bloom. It's the same amount of damage as a clan, and 36 heat compared to the clan's 20. Well, that's not going to help our heat. I'm probably just going to go with a medium laser Magna instead. That's a whole lot less heat. And then for our small laser, we could go for a small laser Magna instead of the small heavy laser that we can't replace. It's not nearly as much damage, but that's okay. So we have 2 tons remaining, and those were double heat sinks that were out over here. So let's see what that does for our overall heat. Slightly worse than it was before. Now, why would that be? This should be slightly better heat, because this ER medium laser here is 20 heat compared to this one's 11, and the small heavy laser is 11 heat compared to the small laser's 4 heat. So this should overall just be better at heat. What am I missing here? I'm not sure. I'm clearly missing something. Oh, this is probably from with these destroyed. Okay, that would be fine. We'll just go ahead and confirm that. That'll take 5 days, and we'll take about half of our remaining funds.
Shouldn't be too hard.
So that's good. We're going to have the Wolverine, the Wolfhound, and the Mad Cat all done in this month tick. But we're just going to do something kind of like that. And we'll tick on forward. I want to get Von Cobra and Livefire and our Wolverine back before we deploy. Okay, now we're not going to get an engineering upgrade going here because our funds are very, very low right now from all those repairs, but that's absolutely fine. So let's hop into our contracts here. Okay, what do we want to do here? Something that pays well, ideally. We don't have any particular parts that we're going after. Capture base in Tundra sounds good. It's Word of Blake that we're going up against. So potentially a lot of enemies. We could also do a battle in the polar region with an extremely heavy mech with Karetan heraldry. That sounds good. We can sit here, make a decent amount, and hopefully salvage a good chunk of that heavy mech. Okay, we're going to leave, I think we're going to leave the Jenner at home. And we're going to bring the Wolfhound. Mongrel, do you pilot the Wolfhound? Yes, you do. Fantastic. That was the choice we made previously. So let's go. We've got our Wolverine to provide us with some very, very fancy fire support now, which is something we've desperately been needing. There is a chance that the Wolverine gets knocked down, but that's okay. There's a 15% chance per firing, but that's also reduced by our piloting skill, so it's probably a smaller chance. I don't know exactly what it'll be, but along the lines of like a... I'm expecting like a 7 or 8% chance of a knockdown. So that'll be great. And just having an artillery unit is such a big deal. That'll make us so much more effective. And next mission, we're going to have the Mad Cat as well. So that's going to be great. Now, the Mad Cat doesn't have the best armament, but it's okay. In fact, the Mad Cat's armament is going to be pretty underwhelming. But for now, we need to destroy enemy units. Commander, Comstar is tracking an extremely heavy mech with Cretan heraldry. This provocation is almost certainly bait for a trap. We'd like you to spring this trap. Engage the heavy mech, intercept the forces that Draconis Combine sends to defend it, and destroy all of them. I'm not comfortable with how little information we have about the enemy forces, Commander. Indeed, but hopefully this is an extremely heavy mech as it says on the tin. And we can get some good salvage. That would be great.
Reactor online.
I mean, if we can get a second
Online.
assault online,
Weapons online.
that would be
All systems
ridiculous.
nominal.
Okay, let's go ahead and begin this, and let's see what we've got.
Command interface initiated.
Okay, the hostile mech is around here in the open. We have allies. Okay. I think that we just spawn as in these trees as we can. Sure. Only clipping through the mountain a mild amount there. Nice piloting. And it's a vehicle. It's a phalanx. Okay. That's not amazing. But we will simply move up with our mongoose here. Actually, no, I'm going to reserve. We'll let our allies move. That's a fire moth. Okay. And that was those reinforcements. We don't know where they are yet. But I want to let this guy move first. Interesting that it's doing that camera movement with our allies there. I turned that off. But apparently it still does it with allies. Weird. Maybe that's a RogueTech quirk. I don't know. I don't see anything in there to turn that particular movement off, so... They're firing at the phalanx. They're missing. That is deeply unsurprising. Oh, hello.
I've got eyes on hostile reinforcements.
We see a cyclone, a locust, and a clint out there. So,
Orders.
our hatchman is not going to move yet. We're going to continue to reserve. That locust moves up. We're still reserving here.
Holding for
Now this
tactical
guy will
advantage.
move. And let's see what he does here. Okay. Not shocked about that,
I'm under heavy fire. I can't
But it's all
take
good.
much more of this.
it's just a little bit of armor damage there.
Major armor loss.
I'm
And our
taking heavy
wolfhound
hits,
can
man.
now start sprinting
Now
forward.
that was a
That's
heavy
not a
hit.
sprint. Can start sprinting
heavy
forward.
fire.
There we go. 65%. Do it.
Target acquired.
Excellent. We're going to start chipping our way through that armor.
Receiving you.
Next up is our hatchetman here, who's going to move out over
Heading out.
this direction. 44%. The odds are definitely towards firing on that
Target
phalanx.
acquired.
It's going to miss, but that's fine.
Damage, repeat. Negative damage.
Ready for orders.
Okay, our hatchetman is going to move up over here.
Understood.
We're
Moving
still going to be
fast.
firing on that phalanx.
Firing.
Yeah. No hits there. That's not surprising.
Missed.
Okay. So this will now be their Clint. Cool. That's a good spot for us. I want him there. That was exactly what I was hoping for. Because
Yeah.
now, our Wolverine moves up,
Got it.
and we can fire direct fire at this Clint. There's a backstop back behind him. So this is in artillery mode. He's actually out of range for direct fire, but we can launch our artillery mode shot at this Clint. Boom. A solid hit there. Fantastic.
Standing by.
Our mongoose is going to close in down over here. And we'll fire on that phalanx. Hit odds aren't the best, but that's okay.
Roger that.
We got 32 damage on it.
Yeah.
Cool. Our Clint is going to move up and hopefully get a hit on this phalanx, but odds are not great.
Firing on target.
Yeah, no hit there. Not shocked. What else do we have?
Let's do this.
Well, our Hollander can move up here. Our Hollander is awkwardly positioned, but if we sprint, we can get there.
Roger that.
Okay. We missed with the Gauss, but that's fine.
Negative damage.
Standing by.
And our commando will head on in. Cool. We will attempt to tag it.
Copy.
Well, we got some damage on the phalanx anyway. Cool. Okay, so the fire moth moves up, also attacks the phalanx, gets 32 damage in there. I like it. What else do we have? Well, immediately a mongoose moves in that we didn't previously have on sensor. Fires a large laser at our AC-20 ammo. Okay.
Barely hit, Commander.
Commander.
Well, our Wolfhound is going to close in here. Cool.
I copy.
From here, we are in range to do a lot of damage to this phalanx. It could very easily die here.
Targeting for now.
Sadly, our damage spreads out, but we got a structure exposure on it. 9 HP left in there. Cool.
Go.
So the Hatchman is going to move up, and do we try to finish the job with the Hatchman? I think we do.
Locked on target.
And we do not succeed.
Reporting. Negative damage.
Sad. Our friend the Pegasus moves up and does not fire. The Locust moves in. Fires at the Wolfhound. Okay. That's interesting. Where exactly? Okay, up over here. Got it.
Orders.
Our Hatchman is going to move up.
On my way.
And I'd love to hit that phalanx. I think that's going to be our best bet.
Roger that.
There we go. So the phalanx is out of here. It doesn't get another shot with its artillery. That's perfect. What else do we have? Our friend the Phoenix Hawk moves up, fires on the Locust. Doesn't get any damage done, but that's not shocking.
Yes, Commander.
Okay, our AC-20 ammo is going to sprint on up here. Now, I'm probably not going to fire here, even though I suspect that's our best hit odds. Actually, it's pretty much identical. Slightly better on the Locust, but I'm not going to do that because of the risk of stray shot. So, there we go. We'll shoot at that mongoose. We do not hit. That's not shocking.
Targeting systems janky.
Okay.
Good to go.
So our Hollander will position up on this hill here. 39.5 on that mongoose. We'll give it a go.
All weapons off. Go.
We miss, but that's not shocking. Completely okay. The Cyclone moves up and goes for our Clint.
Not much armor left.
So that actually means that we have a very solid target here for our Wolverine. But I want to wait and see if the Clint moves up here as well. So we're going to reserve. This position can't get worse for us, but it can get better from this position. So that will be absolutely great. The Clint moves up and fires on the Wolfhound. And yeah, it moved exactly where I hoped it would. Perfect. So at this point, we need to target this mongoose with our artillery.
What do you need?
I think we're out of range for direct fire still. Yeah, we are. But we'll just drop an artillery there. Kaboom. Now we don't hit our LRMs, but that's fine. All we're trying to do is strip off armor with that thumper.
Yes,
So that's
Commander.
great. Our mongoose is going to move up over here. And
On
we're
my
going
way.
to fire on this locust. Decent hit odds.
I copy.
Oh, that was really good.
Critical
Did he
hit,
become
Commander.
unsteady from that? No, he's like 1 instability away.
Yes,
Okay,
Commander.
well, our commando can definitely move up to this position as well.
Roger that.
This is a good position for the commando too. And we can fire on the locust as well. And that locust is now unstable, I think. Yes. Cool. When does he roll initiative in this phase? 12. Okay. So that's pretty good.
Yep.
At this point, our Wolverine is going to advance up over here. We're going to drop another thumper on this mongoose.
Confirmed.
Cool. So that's a lot of armor that we've stripped off of these guys, right? Not so much the Cyclone, but the others have lost a
Standing
lot
by.
of armor. Our Hollander kind of wants to stay where it's at. I'm going to fire on the Locust here. If we stray shot the Wolverine on 81% hit odds, I'm going to be upset.
Firing all weapons.
Or not the Wolverine, the
One
Wolfhound.
less target.
Okay, so the Locust is dead. Beautiful. Our Hatchman is going to close in over here. Phase 12 is when this Mongoose moves. We're going to try to make him unsteady here. Oh, that's a hit. So the Mongoose should be unsteady. Indeed.
Receiving it.
And at this point, the Mongoose is a very good target for us. Nice. Took out a leg there.
Critical hit.
So the Mongoose will always be a good target for us now. Fantastic.
Right here.
Our commando can absolutely move up over here.
If you say so.
I kind of want to go for the Clint here. Everybody can take out the Mongoose. Not everybody is going to be in a position to hit the Clint. And we can do a little bit of crit fishing inside of this torso. We can even fire our AoE Rocket 5 and maybe take out the Locust as well.
Okay. Firing everything. Got it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's
So the
alright.
Clint actually did die there. Gotta love those crits. Been a fan of yours for some time now, and I always wanted to suggest a playthrough idea. Would that be okay? I mean, it's always fine to suggest it. I don't guarantee that I will take the suggestion, but yeah, suggest away. Okay, so this Mongoose is going to get up in phase 3. It's phase 12 right now. The Cyclone moves. Fires on our Hatchetman here. That's completely fine. No problem whatsoever there.
Waiting for orders.
We're going to move up our Wolfhound and go for the kill on the Mongoose here, I think. Although... yes, I think we're going to finish off the Mongoose.
Coordinates received.
This is pretty free.
Here it comes.
Cool. So the Mongoose is out of here.
Mech destroyed.
I'm here.
The AD AC-20 ammo is going to move up. This is mostly just going to be a pot shot. Odds are low,
Targeting for
but we
now.
actually hit it. The Cyclone is now unsteady and is super dead.
Commander,
So our Mongoose is going to come in on this same flank.
heading out.
And this is really going to hurt the Cyclone.
Roger that.
There's a torso destruction.
Reporting critical hit.
Beautiful. Let's see what our allies do here. Pegasus moves up, does literally nothing. The Ignis moves up, does literally nothing. Okay, sure.
Receiving you.
The Mongoose is just going to move in here, and honestly, I think that we just go for a melee here. I don't really like these directions for the melee, but the odds are good.
Locking
Like,
in
this is hitting at
coordinates.
strong side, but
Target. Physical attack.
that actually did fully internal damage there.
Target's taking a critical hit.
There goes another torso,
Scored a critical.
and he ejects. Perfect. So that'll do it.
Mission successful.
Let's get out of here. So yeah, I mean, feel free to suggest playthrough ideas, but I may or may not take them. If I do, I will definitely give you credit for it, assuming I remember. I do have a number of series that I'm thinking about bringing to a conclusion fairly soon here. The Crusader King series is getting close to the end date. And honestly, so is the Europa series, but that's a mega campaign, and so that's going to continue on in some form or another, depending on how far we get. And I'm actually kind of thinking about bringing the Stellaris series to an end soon-ish, because leaving the Federation and then dismantling the Federation would be possible, but I'm not sure how thematically appropriate that is. We might just quash the threat and then... Oh, that's a sniper artillery as opposed to a thumper artillery. That's so good. We're definitely going to take 2 sniper ammo, a sniper artillery, and an XL engine. That's amazing. That's really, really good. Beautiful. So yeah, I'm thinking about just crushing the existing Fallen Empires and then the, beyond that, the Endgame Crisis, and then calling it good for that one. So I will have some available slots here pretty soon. Cool. So we'll continue there. I'm really happy with that salvage. Do we put that sniper artillery onto our Mad Cat? Probably. To be honest. It's going to be very heavy, and it has even higher knockdown chance than the Thumper. But we'll get the Mad Cat done here and see what we end up wanting to do with that sniper artillery. I would really kind of rather have the Mad Cat be, at least at this moment, a frontline brawler. But as we get further along, Mad Cat Mark II's armor is not really strong enough to be like a super brawly bruiser type mech, right? Like, that's what I'd prefer. I was thinking of the Roman Third Odyssey, but with a random new world. That would be highly interesting, I think. Or another one would be a Stellaris playthrough as a Space Shark pirate civilization. That sounds interesting, for sure. Roman Third Odyssey, that sounds like something very specific, but I'm not actually sure what that's referring to. Is that an achievement run or a mod? You'll have to let me know on that one. So let's take a look at what we've got going on here. Yeah, this didn't take too much at all. I want to prioritize the Mad Cat Mark II here. And let's get that done. Make him spend a week in the mech bay. Cool. We got an AC5 upgrade. Okay. So I'm not going to get an upgrade for the Argo just yet. There's the Mad Cat done. So let's hop into the mech bay here. Cool. And the Mad Cat Mark II is good to go. So let's hop in here and see about refitting it already. So we've got this UAC-2 already. I'd like to drop like the AC-5. So we have 10 tons to work with. The sniper artillery is 15 tons. We can put that in like that and then put in 2 tons of the ammo, of course. So sniper ammo like so. And then the sniper artillery cannon has what chance to knock down? 40%. Okay. I mean, that is reduced, last I knew, by piloting skill. So that's definitely something to think about. But we're 7 tons overweight here as is. We can drop the Guardian ECM and the Beagle probe. We're now 4 tons overweight. Can we drop heat sinks? Our heat efficiency is absolutely in the toilet as it is. We have these like dual ER large lasers. Most of the time, those aren't really going to be fired. We could downgrade those ER large lasers, and this SRM-6 streak is not really going to be useful either. So that gives us 8 tons to work with. I would now like to have a longer range missile weapon. I mean, the ATM would be kind of mediocre. LRM-5 is kind of mediocre too. Like, that's not very useful. But we can have an LRM-5 and then, like, a single ton of listen kill ammo for that. And then we have 5 tons to work with, which would allow us to put on... We could put on a single ER large laser and have 1 additional ton to work with. What are we looking at for heat here? Okay. I was just wondering how necessary it is. There's a mod that allows you to play as Byzantium, and without spoiling much, it starts you off fleeing from the old world and entering the new world as Elysia. Okay, so essentially it's a Byzantium start, but without having to roll up the perfect luck so that the Ottomans don't immediately crush you. I don't hate that. That's an interesting idea. That's definitely interesting. So our heat efficiency here is not great. We could simply toss in one additional standard heat sink, like this. And honestly, a lot of the time we're not going to be firing these direct fire weapons, I feel like. Maybe we will. But I think this is a decent upgrade. Let's go ahead and validate that. There we go.
Right. I'll get it in the schedule.
Cool. And we'll see how that feels. We can always put in... I don't actually know if we've got the... Do we have armor on that? Like ferrofibrous? No, it had clan case armor, but I'm not sure what its internal structure was. We might be able to upgrade it a little bit more, a little further down the road. But I think for now, that's okay. Cool. So let's hop into the command center here, and actually, now that we know that that cost wasn't all that high, we can almost certainly go for grabbing this vehicle drop bay 1. Not that we necessarily want that. But I believe we need it. We need beta pod. What do we need to grab our drop tonnage? We do need the vehicle drop bays to increase our drop tonnage. So we should start working our way towards that, because once we get that Magcat being dropped, it's gonna strain our overall max tonnage, almost certainly. Okay, so we'll get that going, and I'm not going to wait on the Magcat here. We're going to deploy again. Let's see. Capture base Tundra. That's that Word of Blake mission. A Merrick Battalion, huh? There could be more of these bandits than the Lyran Commonwealth is letting on. That's probably okay. 1.5 million sea bills. The salvage doesn't look great. There's a decent destroy base salvage up here, but the difficulty is lower than I'd like. Let's go ahead and run the Word of Blake one here. There might be a lot of enemies, and that's okay. No free priority salvages here. We'll run it right down the middle. If we run into a lot of enemies, then what that'll do for us is that will allow us to move to a location that's maybe around 3 skulls instead of what we've got right now, where we're capping out at 2. I would like to cap out at like 3, at like 4, 4.5, something like that. We're getting to that point, especially once that Magcat comes online. So let's go ahead and deploy this as is. And let's go. With the random new world added to it, it would be the blindest, most random playthrough I've seen. I mean, that would be really random. No doubt about that. Like, that's almost Stellaris levels of random, but in Europa. That would be insane. That would be very interesting. I usually stay away from mods because a lot of times, I say as I'm playing RogueTech. But I mean, BattleTech isn't really being actively developed anymore. But I usually stay away from mods for playthroughs because a lot of times updates can break stuff. And with my schedule, it can be a little complicated. But I mean, Paradox games, you do have the ability to do the rollback. So in theory, it should be fine. So we need to capture the manufacturing facility. We've discovered that Word of Blake has reactivated an old manufacturing facility in this system. To maintain the balance of power in this system, the planetary government needs to capture this facility. You'll make a surgical strike, occupy the base, and hold it until local government forces can arrive to take control. They haven't told us what precisely the facility is producing, but given the strength of enemy forces on the ground, it's something worth protecting. Cool. Okay. So this is word of Blake. We know that they're going to have 6 strong lances if they have full strength lances. And there could be as many as, I think 3 at this difficulty would be the absolute most.
Reactor online.
But surely it's
Sensors
not going to throw
online.
3 at us.
Weapons online.
Right?
All systems nominal.
Famous last words in RogueTech. Let's do this. Let's see what we've got.
Command interface initiated.
Okay. That's an interesting direction to be attacking from. It's very sheltered from LOS from us over here. Can we attack from a different direction? It's also possible that there's just nobody home. There are people home. But we can attack from this ridge. That's not bad. Yeah. I think attacking from this ridge is completely valid. Let's do it. Okay. What do we see? Well, we know there are things there, but we don't have any sensors just yet. Is our mongoose stuck, or are we doing that calculating thing again? Unclear. We'll try moving our commando. Okay, our commando is fine. So we're going to move up over this way and see what we can see. Star League era manufacturing facility. Okay. There are additional reinforcements rallying to the facility. But we do see a Stinger right away. We see a Chasseur. We see a J. Edgar, a Stinger, a Beagle Scout, and a Flea. Okay, so that's their full 6-unit lance. Cool. Tag odds are non-terrible. Hey, we tagged the Stinger. I like it. That's all we needed to do was tag it. So now our mongoose is functional, now that it's calculated. We're going to move on up, and the mongoose should have much better hit odds here, but still not great. Yeah, we do miss that, but that's okay. We really should probably be waiting until this mongoose moves. There's these units over here. I want to see if they group up. The Stinger backs off. Fair enough. What are these guys going to do over here? Interesting. The Flea moves up here.
Standing by.
Our Hollander is absolutely going to head up over here and fire on that Stinger. 52% hit odds there is not bad. And that's a hit. In the leg. That's a super dead Stinger.
I hit something good.
You did hit something good. That was about the best possible thing you could have hit from that angle. Fantastic. Okay. So we have an allied swordsman. I didn't actually realize we had allies. I don't think that they're going to be particularly useful. So our Wolverine can immediately step up over here and drop artillery on this Stinger, is what we're going to do. I'm not going to bother firing the LRM-10.
Acknowledged. Badass.
But there we go. A good amount of damage to that Stinger. Another swordsman, huh? Interesting. So that Beagle Scout stacks together with the Locust, or rather the Flea. Fascinating.
Yes, Commander.
Our Wolfhound is going to engage over here with the rest of the lights.
Okay.
And we should be able to eliminate this Stinger from here, I think. Depending on where we roll. What do we got?
Target acquired.
That wasn't great. Yeah, I've seen better.
Receiving.
But that's okay. Our AC-20 ammo is going to head out over this direction to engage these guys. It looks like they're trying to come and engage us over here. I don't necessarily know that, but I'm guessing that's what's happening here. We're going to move up with our Hatchetman and try to finish off this Stinger before pivoting over.
Here it comes.
A lot of damage there.
Think I hit something good.
Honestly, he should eject. There's no way that that Stinger survives. Has 18 HP in the CT. Like, it's over. That was this guy? The AC-10? Okay. At first I was like, wait, do they have like artillery out here or something? But no. No, it's just an AC-10. Okay, our other hatchman is going to move up and also potshot a snub-nose into that CT, hopefully. Nope. Sad.
Damn it.
Okay, a hammer moves up. That tiny Atlas should have LRMs. I would like to see it attack the Stinger, but it didn't. These guys are so grouped together.
Ready for orders.
Okay, our Mongoose is going to go in and eliminate, once and for all, this Stinger. There's no way it survives this. It's just totally dead. Cool. One unit gone.
Waiting for orders.
Next up, our Hatchetman is going to move up over here. This guy has no evasive, so we can definitely start to do a lot of damage to him.
Yep.
Our Wolverine is 100% attacking this centrally located Stinger with the artillery.
I'm taking the shot.
Cool. Quite a lot of damage into that armor.
What's up, boss?
And our Wolfhound, I would like to actually take up over this direction.
Acknowledged.
We're going to fire on that Chasseur as well. We could theoretically kill it here.
Acknowledged.
And we did. It's totally dead. Fantastic.
Half file removed.
Okay, phase 14. We don't know who's moving. It's the fleet. It didn't move very far.
Receiving you.
And our Hollander is, I think, very unlikely to get LOS over here this round. Yeah, we'll just move up and prepare for it next round. Hammers are so funny looking. It's literally the Atlas model, but really short and wide. It's a short, wide Atlas.
Yep.
Okay, our AD AC-20 ammo is going to sprint up here. We get LOS. What are our hit odds, though? Pretty much hot garbage, but we'll fire on this Stinger, and we still hit it. That's a leg destruction, and that's a super dead Stinger. It just doesn't know it yet. Cool. And that took out his torso, too, when it fell down. That J. Edgar didn't do anything. But our commando may as well start heading up over here.
Going as fast as I can.
Oh, that was a pilot incapacitation. Neat. So there's just the Flea and the Beagle Scout left over there.
Ready
Cool.
for orders.
Our Hatchetman is going to head up over this way. We
Confirmed.
don't get LOS just yet. And our allies are pretty useless. They're really far out there.
Yes, Commander.
Okay. The Hollander is going to position right here. From here, we have very good hit odds on this fleet. We'll take it.
Firing full complement on enemy.
Torso destruction.
Scored a critical hit.
I'm here.
Only torso, though, for now. We're to move up with our commando.
Okay.
Just checking these hit odds here. I think we're to go for the Beagle Scout and fire the AoE rocket.
Copy that. Firing Alpha Strike.
Okay. Got a little bit of damage in there.
SRMs.
Ready for orders.
Okay. Our Wolfhound can also move up
Copy that.
and fire on that flea. Hit odds aren't the best, but let's see. Not bad. The flea is now unsteady, but it hasn't moved yet this round.
Waiting for orders.
This Hatchman can move in, and obviously we finish off the flea. The flea will die here.
Firing all weapons. Hope we can salvage that.
There we go.
What do you need?
And our Clint here. We should move into short-range targeting. And we'll pot-shot this. I don't expect much out of it.
Affirmative.
Yeah. Very little there.
No choice.
Cool.
Got something.
So our
more done?
Mongoose is going to head up over here and grab the garrison.
out.
What do you need?
And our Wolverine may as well drop artillery on this J. Edgar at this point.
Take this.
There's not really anywhere particularly good to attack, so that'll do. Our Hatchetmen will head off over this direction.
On the move.
Not going to get anywhere. And let's see what they do with their Beagle Scout here. Okay, they're grouped up over here. I like it. Not a whole lot to be done right now. They shoot at our Hollander. Now that's rude. They tagged it.
Reporting minimal damage.
Okay, so that swordsman moves up. It's not going to be relevant.
Heads up, Commander. You've got
Yeah, I'm not
hostile
surprised that
contacts
there's more on the way. That was fairly expected. Where are they even? We don't know
Waiting
right
for
now.
orders.
Okay, so the Hollander can only fire at the Beagle Scout from here. Sure,
Copy that.
but that's a kill.
Target eliminated.
Yeah?
And, out over here. A J. Edgar, a hammer, and a red shift. I kind of want to drop artillery on that red shift. So we will need to position out over here.
Moving
And
to
then there's
position.
also a scimitar and a land air mech out here too. We have flak mode, so we'll be able to fire on that. But I kind of want to drop on this red shift. We'll see what we get done.
Okay, I'm on it.
Nice. Good armor strip there.
Hey there.
Okay. Our hatchetman is going to start heading down over this way. I don't like being on this rough terrain, so we're going to stop
Full speed, no
over
target.
here instead. 18%. 21 on this hammer. Okay, we'll take that.
Engaging. Reporting negative damage.
Not shocked.
What?
Okay.
No.
I'm going to send the commando out to deal with this J. Edgar.
Oh boy, here
And
we go.
hopefully we can get through that rear armor.
Looking.
We did not, but it's okay for now.
Yes,
The
Commander.
mongoose is going to turn around here and start heading down to fight this lance. So over we head, we'll have 6
Understood.
evasive,
Moving
and
back.
we can fire on any of these. Highest hit odds are on this hammer.
Acknowledged.
They're not very high, but we want to move into position here. Our hit odds are not going to be great overall over
Waiting
here.
for orders.
At this point, we may want to reserve and let them move. I think so. Cool. So the red shift moves up, fires on our hatchetman, gets very little done. Fantastic.
Orders.
Our Clint is going to start heading down the
No
hill.
shooting, just running.
What
Got
are
it.
these odds? 23? It's not good, but we'll take it.
Affirmative.
Oh, that's
That's
a one-shot. I like it. Well, so much for that red shift. On like 22% chance. It was softened up by our artillery and missiles, so that bears noting. A melee attack on our Wolverine. That's covering a lot of distance. Ah, that's the land air mech. But it missed its charge. So it lost its evasive.
Orders.
The Wolfhound is here. Can we get the Wolfhound behind it? I don't know. I'm going to reserve. The hammer comes up, our friendly hammer, and does literally nothing. Phase 13 is going to be this scimitar. Not a big deal. Shoots at our mongoose, hits literally nothing. As expected. Okay, when do we move our Wolfhound? Now.
Commander.
So the answer is no. We can't get in behind it. But we can sprint up and do a lot of side arc damage, and honestly that's probably good enough. Land air mechs are lightly armored. Yeah. There goes the land air
Target
mech.
eliminated.
Beautiful. So when do we move the commando? We already moved the commando this round. Okay. J. Edgar hitting our mongoose. Not a big deal for now. Cool. Our friend the Centurion moves up. Literally nothing matters there. Now, he was just able to fire on our Hollander. And he did last time too, but our Hollander couldn't fire back last round. That's interesting. Well, we're going to have these guys taken care of pretty quickly here, in all honesty. This won't be too much more. So the Hatchman is... Yeah, we can't shoot at the J. Edgar from over here. Weird. The Hatchman is going to move over this direction.
Roger.
We could fire on that hammer, and those are good hit odds, actually. We could do a lot to this hammer. Or we could miss the AC-5 and only hit the snub nose. That works too. Cool. So the other hammer moves up, fires on the Mongoose, and gets literally nothing. We have 6 evasive. I mean, it's going to be complicated for it. Okay.
Commander.
So yeah, the Hollander definitely can't fire on the J. Edgar from here. Not even taking a careful maneuver. Huh. Well, we'll just position back over here, and I think we'll fire on that hammer, or this hammer. Or the scimitar. We have good hit odds on all. I'm going to fire on the further hammer here.
Acknowledge.
Nice. That was what, a side torso? Yes. Cool.
Commander.
So the Hatchman will move in, and let's go for the kill on this hammer, hopefully. Although it's just the sidearm. It's not particularly huge.
Ready to get it
Our
on.
Mongoose is going to move in. We have to go for this hammer, I feel like. A rear arc attack here is not the worst of concepts. Yeah. The Mongoose should kill the hammer here. Cool. And there we go. One dead hammer.
One more for the kill board.
Beautiful.
Good
So
to
next
go.
up, of course, our Hatchetman is going to close in here. We're going to
Moving out.
continue hitting this hammer, I think. We don't really have much... You know, they're better on the scimitar.
Roger.
And we still missed. Sad. It's okay.
Negative damage. Repeat. Negative damage.
Cool.
Standing
So at this
by.
point, our Wolfhound is going to close in over this direction. We definitely want to hit... I think the hammer is really the only option.
Engaging.
And there we go. That's one dead hammer.
Enemy down.
Cool.
Yep.
Our Wolverine is going to move up. Do we go for the scimitar? Or the J. Edgar? The J. Edgar is the better hit odds.
Aye aye. Engaging target.
Since when do vehicles get cover?
Yes,
I guess it bulwarked. Okay, sure. We're going to move over with our AC-20. Hopefully we have good hit odds here. We don't,
locked on.
but that's okay. No real problem there.
Targeting systems janky.
Cool. Okay, so that swordsman moves up. Nothing really happens there. The J. Edgar fires at our Mongoose, gets 10 damage. No big deal there. The Mongoose will almost certainly go for the J. Edgar next. And now our Freeman, our Commando, can move in here. We aren't actually able to melee this J. Edgar, but we can position in
Okay,
behind it,
let's go.
and we have such high hit odds, and it's already softened up. Surely it dies here. It definitely dies. Cool.
Target. Popping fight.
So there's the garrison down, and now there's just the reinforcements to go. Our allies are moving up here. It's not very relevant. They're a really long ways away. So all they've got is this scimitar and this J. Edgar. Scimitar moves over, attacks our Mongoose. It gets a couple of missiles in, I suppose. That's fine.
Receiving
Cool.
you.
So, if we were to position up here, what would these hit odds be? We should definitely go for the scimitar. We can get into the rear arc here. Hit odds aren't going to be the absolute best, but they're not horrible.
Affirmative.
And we miss literally all of them. I love it. Absolutely great. Okay. Our Freeman is not very relevant where it's at now. So we'll just send it up over here.
For what it's worth.
Cool.
Standing by.
Our Hatchetman is going to come in over this way and continue to hit that Scimitar's side arc. Okay, a little bit of side arc damage there. I like it.
Receiving you.
Our Mongoose is absolutely coming up and hitting the rear arc of this J. Edgar. We want to stick with the J. Edgar as much as we can. We missed all of those, sadly.
What do you need?
Okay. So the Wolverine is kind
Copy that.
of useless in a way right now. I'm going to fire direct rear arc on this J. Edgar. We're going to probably do some damage
go.
to our friend here. Actually, we didn't. That's great.
Scored a critical hit.
That's really good. That rear arc is almost
How's it
gone.
going?
So our Hollander can come over here. The only thing it can shoot at is the J. Edgar, but it also has rear arc. We didn't hit, but it would have killed if it had.
Ready for order.
At AC-20 ammo can move on down, and we can make our choice here. 16.5, 38.2, obvious choice. There we go. One dead vehicle.
Target eliminated.
Fantastic.
Receiving.
Next up is our Hatchetman, and we're mostly
Location
just
confirmed.
rolling pot shots here at this point.
Firing a full salvo.
And we got it. Beautiful. We're out of here. So that didn't do very much damage to us. That's for sure.
Successful.
As far as salvage goes, I don't think we're going to have that great of salvage either, based on what we saw there. But I suppose that would buy us a little bit of time to try to find a new planet. I definitely want to ramp up the difficulty. Maybe not quite up to, like, the professional level. That was crazy that we pulled that off, but it's all good. I'm thinking, like, 4.5 skull right now as, like, the max. So we're probably aiming for, like, a 3 skull. Okay, so we got about 1 million C-bills. That's good. We don't have major damage to repair here. And as far as our salvage goes, I'm not expecting too much good stuff. I mean, ER micro laser arrays. We can take an ER micro laser array, I suppose. That's decent. Ooh, improved heavy lasers, though. Do we take both of those? I think we do. Those are amazing backstab weapons. Absolutely amazing backstab weapons. So we'll keep those in our back pocket for now. I didn't even realize they had improved heavy lasers. I don't think they used them. Rocket 10 is fine. Internal combustion engine, no thanks. There's a supercharger here. Honestly, I don't really run superchargers. I'm going to sell it. 390,000. Superchargers are super dangerous. I don't like them. So we'll take the cash. I would rather have that cash for right now. Cool. So, do we want to equip those improved heavy lasers on anybody? And if we do, who? They're a lot of heat. But maybe they would be... Well, the Jenner already runs hot. I wonder if we can upgrade the Jenner's cooling. We'll need to take a look at our backstabbers. I want to have those improved heavy lasers deployed in our backstab lance. That would be absolutely great. We could potentially put them on our commando. The commando's weaponry as it is kind of underwhelming. Yeah, go ahead and get started on that, Yang. It's not going to take very long at all. But let's take a look in our mech bay here real quick. And let's take a look at the commando first. What do we have here right now? ER small laser, and that's it. We only have the one laser hardpoint. So that's only half a ton. I don't think it's going to go onto the commando for right now. Next up, the Wolfhound. It could go onto the Wolfhound. That's for sure. We're already running medium laser here, ER medium laser here. We could drop our 2 ER medium lasers. What's the heat differential? So these generate 26 heat. The ER mediums generate 15. So it's a lot more heat on a mech that already runs pretty hot. It would be a good option. We'll come back to it. Let's check the Jenner. So we could definitely upgrade the Jenner's damage here. And we could upgrade its heat sinking. We can put in a heatsink kit and drop this heatsink. And then we can definitely put in, instead of this medium laser and this medium laser, we can put in our improved heavy lasers. That will make the Jenner a lot more dangerous. Like that. Now we still have some heat issues here. We're slightly less heat efficient than we were previously. We could even downgrade this medium laser and put in like a small pulse laser or even just a small laser, which is far more heat efficient. Like that. And then we'd have half a ton to work with. What I'd really like to do is get a clan double heatsink kit in here. Oh, and actually we get that for free. In which case, we should go back to this medium laser. Like that. Beautiful. Exactly the same heat efficiency, but a big upgrade in its damage. I like it. Let's get that going.
Right. I'll get it in the schedule.
And now let's take a look at our navigation. I'd like to go somewhere more difficult. So, we have a travel contract out here. That's only a 1 skull. Now, we're currently on a 1 skull. I'd like to go to at least a 2. That's a 2.5. Only 14 days away. I'd really like to go to a 3, I think. For the moment, anyway. That's a 5. Maybe a little too much. Let's just filter this, or difficulty filter, rather. Let's filter this over to, like, 3 skull. What do we got? There's a 3 skull right here. That's only 14 days away. Cool. Let's go. It's going to take us 14 days to get there.
Calculating course now, Commander.
And when is our financial report? We'll get there the day after the financial report. Okay. Should be good. So the vehicle drop bay will be done in a couple of days here. We'll need to continue to work on our vehicle drop bays. There's our jump. Fantastic.
Those upgrades you asked for are online, Commander.
Okay, so we're going to have to grab our next vehicle drop bay. 300k, that's not
It'll
bad.
take a bit, but we'll get it done.
Beautiful. Go ahead and deal with it, Von Cobra. Sure. Okay, so the Madcap Mark II is going to be done momentarily. There we go.
That job you asked for, Commander.
So 3 days until the financial report. The vehicle drop bay finishes up on the same day as the financial report, hilariously. So we're going to get another vehicle drop bay going here. We've still got an okay amount of cash. Oh, we're needing engine repairs and storage space for that? Okay. So that's drive upgrades. Let's see here. Storage space requires beta pod. Okay. So beta pod is expensive. 700k. We can definitely grab some drop tonnage here, though. So let's go ahead and do that.
Commander, I'll get the crew moving.
Cool. That'll be done in like 6 days, but I don't think we need it right now. So we've arrived here. We should actually do some Mech Warrior promotions before we grab our contract. That's something we should do. So we'll hop into our barracks.
Waiting for orders.
Okay, a point of tactics for Behemoth. Beautiful.
Training confirmed, Commander.
What else do we have?
What can I do?
I mean, we've got Big Tom here. I suppose he could grab... Actually, I don't want him to grab this at all. He's a vehicle pilot, so I want him to grab Escapist. There we go. Not that we have a vehicle for him to pilot right now, but we might get one.
I'm here.
A point of gunnery for Brick. That's really good.
Training complete.
Fantastic.
Waiting for orders. Good to go.
For Majestic, I guess we could go with a point of piloting.
Training confirmed, Commander.
What do you need?
Magistrate, definitely a point of piloting.
Mech Warrior training complete.
Yes.
For
yes,
Mongrel,
Commander.
piloting. Cool.
Training complete.
Standing by.
For Smoke, we can actually specialize Smoke. And what do you drive? The Commando. So we definitely want you to get Escapist. Actually, we can also grab a point of tactics here for that sweet, sweet sensor roll.
Training confirmed, Commander.
Done. And then Von Cobra. You can grab that point of tactics as well.
Mech Warrior training
Excellent.
complete.
So that's a lot of Mech Warrior training done. And now let's take a look at what we've got here.
Come on in.
There's these priority missions here. We're probably not going to do that right now. I kind of like a 3 skull. This is a blackout. This is an assassinate. Blakist. That's maybe a little bit spooky. But we do have our Mad Cat. Let's give it a go. We don't have anybody that drives the Mad Cat. So we're going to be upgrading our Brawling Lance here for that, right? Well, this is not really a Brawling Lance anymore now that the Wolverine and the Mad Cat are both artillery platforms. But let's see, which one is this? Is this the AC-5, or rather the AC-10 Snubnose? Yeah. Let's drop this Hatchetman for now, and let's put Behemoth. Actually, no, I've changed my mind. Let's put Magistrate in the Mad Cat Mark II and Behemoth in the Wolverine, because the Mad Cat Mark II is, I think, more likely to be knocked down than the Wolverine is. So we'll go that route. And I'm going to leave the Commando at home right now, just because of weight, and I want to try out the Jenner's new weapon systems. So we'll do something kind of like that. We can always bring the Commando later if we feel like it's more useful, but that should be absolutely great. So we've got this Mad Cat Mark II. Its weaponry is a lot better than it was, but it's still going to be a little bit on the underwhelming side. Darius thinks this will be difficult, but honestly, I think it'll be a piece of cake. We've got some pretty hefty weapon systems to throw at them at this point. So let's see what we've got. So we're expecting, what, 7 enemies? We're expecting 6 Word of Blake enemies plus the assassination target. But we should be able to chip through them very, very easily. In theory. I do want to get our brawlers upgraded. Like, our brawlers are definitely our weak point right now. We've got our 2 artillery mechs, which are fine, and will do absolutely okay. Our brawlers, which are much less fine. And then we've got our backstabbers, which are, like, really effective mechs. As long as they don't get hit. They're pretty small and fast. But that's by design, of course. So yeah, that real question is, What can we do with our brawlers? Hopefully we'll get some decent salvage out of this. Did I even look at the priority salvage? I don't remember doing that. I should have. I definitely should have. But we'll see. We need to eliminate the target and escape. A member of the Blakist chain of command in Graham has been troubling us. We need this irksome operative eliminated. Wow. I got distracted by the fact that this isn't capitalized. Local government intelligence operatives have located the target's position planetside. The target seems to be a low-level officer in the overall Blakist scheme of things, just a link in the chain. We just need to dive in, take out the target, and get out. Should be easy enough, in theory. So we'll send one, maybe two lights after the target, and then everyone else will go after the Blakist Lance. That's the idea, anyway. Any moment now, RogueTech.
Reactor
There
online.
we go.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Fantastic. Let's go.
Command interface initiated.
Blakist target is up here. Sounds good. And it looks like we're going to be somewhat flanked here. Target's way out there. I think I would rather spawn over here. Cool. Well, let's see what we've got. SRM carrier, AC-2 carrier, Prowler, UAC-5 carrier, Scorpion, and we don't see the Blakist leader. Interesting. Well, we've got some allies over here.
Receiving you.
Okay, we're going to immediately start heading out over this way.
Acknowledged.
And what do we see out here? That's a Phoenix Hawk land air mech. Okay. We'll reserve and let them come to us a bit.
Reserving action.
We'll see what our allies do here. I'm not expecting much out of them. This is somebody that we don't see. Yeah, there is a unit that we shouldn't have any eyes on.
I'm
Fascinating.
under heavy fire here.
Losing armor.
I'm getting pummeled.
That came from over
I
here.
hate these guys.
I'm taking heavy hits, Commander.
Okay.
I'm taking heavy
So the
hits,
Wolverine is
Commander.
going to head out over here. And we're going to drop artillery on this AC-2 carrier for the time being. I'm not going to fire the LRM tech.
Firing on target.
Cool. So we got a little bit of armor splash damage on the AC-2 and SRM.
Waiting for orders.
The Wolfhound I'm also going to send out here.
Double time. Let's go.
We need to know what that was that did this. Whatever it was, it's still stealthed out here. Okay, there's that Phoenix Hawk land air mech moving. And we lost sensors on it.
Yes,
That's fine for the moment. The Hollander, I would like it to head out over this direction, I think.
Roger that.
Cool. What else do we have? Scorpion closing in over here. That's fine.
Go.
Our Hatchman is going to head out over this way.
Confirmed.
It's definitely an awkward layout from what I was expecting. I was expecting them to be up here. But sure.
What do you need?
Our Clint is just going to sprint on out of here. If RogueTech respawns. There we go. Cool. And then there's that SRM carrier. That obviously has to go.
Right here.
The Jenner is going to head out over this way.
Affirmative.
Cool.
Aye, aye.
And now there's that Madcap Mark II.
Let's move.
So what do we want to hit with the sniper artillery? The answer? SRM carrier. We don't want to get hit by this.
Roger.
Not the finest of shots. But it did some damage.
Ah,
And then fell over.
took one in the meat.
We knew that that would happen. There was a good chance of it. So they're shooting at this AC-2 carrier. Sounds good. Yeah, sniper artillery just has such a high chance of that. It's a 40% chance, but it's
Reporting light
reduced, I
damage.
believe, by piloting skill. So, we have 6 piloting. I can't help but think that that was pretty bad luck that it fell over on the first shot. But that's
Got
fine.
something you want
Our
done?
Mongoose is going to head up over here and engage this UAC-5 carrier. We want to get as many evasive pips as possible and get right into its backline. Cool. 85 armor there means that we have a good chance of killing it here. Unfortunately, our damage spread all out there. We hit every single location we could have. More damage to that SRM carrier. Sounds good. That Scorpion just didn't move.
Standing by.
Interesting choice. The Hollander is going to keep going out here. We're
Let's go.
adding some fire support out this direction. Okay, this is that unit that we don't know about. Did it just reserve? I'm not sure what happened
Yes,
there.
Commander.
Well, the Hatchetman is going to continue heading out this way. And that's absolutely fine.
Ready for orders.
Our Wolverine is going to walk up, and we're absolutely hitting that SRM carrier.
Engaging target.
A solid hit. 66 damage there. I like it.
Orders.
Okay, our Jenner is way back, or this is not our Jenner. This is our had AC-20 ammo. Cool. Our Jenner is phase 11. That's a really late initiative for the Jenner, but okay, whatever.
Receiving.
Our Wolfhound is going to move up over here. We need to get as many evasive as we can. Ending in cover is good. We could fire on that AC-2 carrier if we wanted to, but I do not want to let this SRM carrier live. These are all, I believe, SRM-6s, and there's a lot there. Sadly, the SRM carrier gets to move right now. Unless these guys kill it. And they don't. They don't even attempt. So let's see what happens here. We are in cover. And we have 4 evasive. Well, not anymore, we don't. Is that a straight up knockdown?
Took a hard hit there.
No. Not quite a knockdown, but it's going to hurt.
Yes, Commander.
So our Jenner is going to come up here.
Moving.
And we're
full
finishing off that SRM carrier. It's got to go.
Copy.
There we go. Cool. I was really hoping it would have died before it got that salvo off, but sadly, RNG decided it wouldn't. Okay, they're going to fire on this Prowler and get a little bit of damage done there. All good. Now the question is, are they going to go for a knockdown on this Wolfhound? That's what I'd do. Actually, they went for the Jenner there. They got a head hit, but that's okay.
Commander.
I would honestly prefer that over getting the knockdown on the Wolfhound. We'll see what they do with the UAC-2, or just AC-2 carrier. It's not UACs. Oh, hello! Okay. So now we know.
My heat
Actually, we
sink
don't know what
can't
that
take
is.
much more of this.
All we know is it's a bit scary.
I'm here.
So the Madcap Mark II is going to stand up. And to nullify the knockdown, we're
Ready
just
for
going to
action.
turn and brace and sink heat. There we go. Cool. That AC-2 carrier didn't move. Fascinating.
Ready for orders.
Well, we're going to hit this UAC-5 carrier, and this should kill it, just straight up.
You wanna go? Let's go.
Cool. Successful melee? Did our damage spread out maximally again? I think it did.
Heat is cooking my internal structure.
It did. Okay.
Yes, Commander.
We couldn't spread out our damage more than that if we tried. Okay, so I want to come up over this direction. The question is, who do we go for with the artillery here? They're pretty spread out. That's a lot of AC-2s. I think that's what we go for.
Locking on.
I have no idea where that hit. Oh, right here. Okay. Sure. A little bit of damage there, but not much. Okay. Man, these initiative rolls, though. So late.
Receiving you.
Okay, the Hollander is going to move up over this direction. I'd love to see an LOS here, but it's not going to happen.
Let's move.
Okay. That Dragoon moves up, goes to the Prowler, gets some decent damage in there. We'll allow it. The add AC-20 ammo is going to move up.
On my way.
Hit odds here are 5%. I think it's not worth it. We could easily stray shot our Jenner. So I'm going to brace, and we'll move in next round. Cool.
Receiving you.
This Hatchaman is going to sprint up, backing up the Mongoose. And now is phase 13. So this guy gets to move, backs off a little bit, and doesn't fire.
Orders.
Fascinating. I'm going to Vigilance our Wolfhound. And then, we're going to need to calculate the sprint. Any moment now, RogueTech. There we go. We're going to sprint up over to here.
Aye, aye.
And we're not going to fire this whole thing, for sure. That'll massively overheat us. I'm going to turn off the small heavy lasers. And these other lasers here, too. Cool.
Rear armor.
25 damage into that rear arc. Could have been better, but could have been worse. They're continuing to strip armor off of this Prowler. Okay. That land air mech is doing weird things.
Standing
Sure.
by.
Well, the Madcap braced last turn, so it doesn't have a chance of being knocked down this turn. We're going to drop artillery on this guy. Hopefully we don't hit our Wolfhound, but it is a possibility. Now, we did a little damage to the Wolfhound there. But we did more damage to them, so that's all good. Our Jenner is going to move on in over here. Only 3 evasive here, which I don't love, but it'll have to do. Do we go for the AC-2 carrier here? Honestly, I think we do.
Targeting for an alpha strike.
Sadly, we don't break through his armor there. I was hoping we would.
Affecting my performance.
Oh, so little armor in both locations there. If we had concentrated our fire. Sad. Well, we'll see what the Prowler decides to do here. Rams our Jenner, but it misses. That's good. Our Jenner would have been in quite a bit of danger if it had hit that. So that's all good. No problem there. And then the AC carrier just keeps bracing for some reason. I'm not sure what it's doing. Okay, they shoot at our Jenner and completely miss. Sure. I feel like that plan would have been better if the Ram had hit there. Okay, our Wolfhound generated a pretty solid initiative this round. Cool. So we can try to kick the rear arc of whatever this thing is. And I think this overheat is acceptable too. We're going to go in here, 40% hit odds on the kick. And we miss. I'm not shocked. But what else do we get done? Not a lot. 60 damage there.
This heat is frying my internals.
Okay. This thing's hard to hit. No doubt about that. Does it even have evasive? It does. It has 3 evasive right now. Okay. Fair enough. So our Mongoose is going to try to kick the rear arc of this thing again. There's no way it survives another salvo, right? Unfortunately, we can't fire our medium-heavy lasers. So it might survive another salvo. Luckily, it didn't attack last round for some reason. Okay, that's a structure exposure and some really weird foot IK. There we go. It's finally dead. Cool. Like, that's some really weird inverse kinematics with those melee attacks. I feel like maybe they should turn the IK off for the melee attacks. Just a thought there.
Waiting for orders.
So we can definitely move up with our Clint here, and we will do so. The question is, ooh, we have really good hit odds on this guy because he failed his ram. Do it.
Acknowledged.
Okay, a solid side arc hit there. Actually, I think that was... This is an awkward spread of damage. Very awkward indeed. We'll see what the Dragoon does here. Okay. Again with the awkward spread of damage. Rear arc is still the best arc for us there, though, it looks like. So our Hatcheman is going to move up over here, overtaking the Mongoose for once. There we go. And the Hollander... I don't know. This guy's just so awkwardly positioned. I'm not sure what I want to do about that. We're going to move up here for now and just eliminate this guy. Cool.
Right here.
So the Jenner, I think, is going to go for the rear arc of this Prowler. I think that's the only real call to make here. This overheat is obviously too much. So we're just going to do something kind of like this. Oof. That was like a 70% hit chance. Sad. Oh, and then we missed like all of the weapons too. Very gross. Well, we'll see what ends up happening over there.
I'm here.
Our Madcat Mark II is able to fire here. It could easily get knocked down. That's definitely a concern. But let's go ahead and fire it.
Firing.
Okay.
My armor's getting stripped off.
Structure exposure there.
No, 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 no.
This tank is so useless behind this mountain, and it just keeps running back and forth back here. I don't know what to say about that. Okay. This thing is so hard to hit.
Receiving you.
But our Wolverine can move up,
Moving out.
and we can drop more artillery on this AC-2 carrier. It should kill it.
Acknowledged.
And we don't have anywhere near the splash damage range here. Oh, only 13 internal, and it wasn't enough. Yuck. And then they go for the Prowler of all things? Okay. The AI is making really weird choices. Really weird. So the Prowler is going to go for the Wolfhound. That choice makes a lot of sense. And it just, like, basically one-shots our Wolfhound. It hit everything in the CT and took out that XL engine that we just put in. That's a little upsetting, I'm not going to lie. We literally just got that Wolfhound put back together.
Moving to position.
Okay, we're going to hit the Scorpion here, and are we going to be able to kill it? No.
Got it.
We'll do a good amount of damage to it there. Structure exposure. That'll work. And that, of course, happened because we missed that melee attack. Oh, that's a ram on our Hollander. Okay. Hello, Bob Dodd. Wait, he actually just died. Okay. He rammed us and killed himself. Cool.
Receiving you.
So the mongoose is going to head down over this way. Like, I don't understand what the point of that ram was, since he had a structure exposure. Very weird. Very weird indeed. Losing the wolfhound like that quickly again, that's definitely frustrating. But it is my own fault. I shouldn't have rolled the kick. That's the takeaway there. So the add AC-20 ammo is going to move up. Man, hit-outs are just so bad right now. I just don't want to fire any of those because the Jenner's right there and rolled phase 11 again. And again, that's a big part of the reason why they are able to do that, is because we're rolling very poorly on our initiative. Okay.
Roger that.
That AC-2 carrier finally dies. Not like it was doing anything.
Hostile eliminated.
But yeah, all of those hitting the CT there. Gross. That Wolfhound was fresh. Almost. It did take the stability damage from the SRM carrier earlier on, but it didn't take all that much armor damage. That was just stability, and we had gotten rid of that. So that was very nearly a one-shot there. But fair enough. Fair enough. We didn't have evasive. So we're going to head down over this way with the Hatchman. We need to chase down this land air mech.
Yes,
Our
Commander.
Jenner is going to go for the kill on this Prowler. We're going to make the same mistake we made before. And we're going to kick the Prowler and hope to get a kill on it.
If you say so. I'd rather
This time we
work
succeeded
it,
the
but-
melee attack, so it's not going to be a problem. The Prowler probably dies here. Our damage spreads out yet again, so that's
I'm
fine,
nothing in here.
I suppose. Structure exposure, but those missiles only hit armor there. Sad.
Standing by.
So our Madcat Mark II, at this point, I'm going to turn it around, and we're going to start lobbing artillery at this land air mech. And I don't believe we can fire in flak mode. No, we can't.
Confirmed.
We'll just see what damage we can get done there.
Target damage, Commander.
Moderate damage. Cool. So we're going to need a new XL engine and a new double heatsink kit, most likely, for that Wolverine. So we're not going to... Or not the Wolverine, the Wolfhound. So we're not going to be able to get that Wolfhound back online anytime soon, I don't think. Not until we get those parts again.
Mess him up good.
But that's now twice that Wolfhound has gotten cored out like that. Sad. So our Mongoose is definitely going to move up over... We don't need to sprint to get an LOS here. We can move up over here and fire on this land air mech. We're not expecting very much because it has 8 evasive. Yeah. Hopefully it will decide to fight us instead of getting 8 evasive again.
Let's do this.
But our Hollander was rammed, and so can't sprint. We're going to move up over here and brace it. Cool. I don't think we lost any of our weapon systems on that Wolverine. I think it was literally just the CT that got cored out. So they're coming up here to ram our Jenner, and they succeed.
Blue team.
And just
Unit
one-shot
down.
the Jenner. What? Okay. It's not our day. We're going to move up, and we're going to try to rear arc attack whatever this thing is.
Give us everything.
And we did get a structure exposure. That should kill it. No, just destroyed the vehicle stealth. It has a lot of internal structure then. Okay, I don't care about this guy. He's irrelevant. It has 0 HP there. Okay. So in that case, we should be able to kill both of those with the Wolverine. Cool.
Damage minimal.
Aye, aye.
So this is the Mad Cat here. I want the Mad Cat to be hitting the Phoenix Hawk.
Okay, I'm on it.
Not a lot of damage there, but
Good
we're
to
working
go.
up the stability is the important thing. The Wolverine here is going to fire on the Prowler. We're going to fire it in direct fire mode. And this should destroy both of these with a single shot.
Confirmed.
Cool.
Hostile removed.
It required a core meltdown, but it did the trick. So that hover tank is irrelevant.
Standing by.
And this hatchetman is going to head down over this way. Cool. We'll potshot our snubnose.
Yes.
No damage, but that's fine.
No joy.
But man, 2 engine destructions that quickly together. Gross.
Standing
Our
by.
mongoose is going to head in over here. And we're going to try to laser off some of his armor here. This is just going to be armor damage. This overheat, I think, is okay.
Giving him everything I've got.
30 damage. Okay. Definitely not the best, but it's okay. The Hollander will sprint on in.
Receiving you. On my way. Double time.
Cool. Getting the Wolverine and the Jenner back online are going to be interesting. Was the Jenner running an XL engine? I don't think it was. That's a saving grace there, if it wasn't. We missed literally everything on the Phoenix Hawk. Hilarious. If he jumps, though,
Negative damage. Repeat.
he's not going to be able to get much more evasive. And he has to jump if he wants to maintain his evasive. So it won't be very long now before that land air mech is under control. Okay, next up is our Wolverine, which will turn around, head this way, and we're going to drop a thumper on this guy. We may hit our... Oh, we need to go into artillery mode. We may end up hitting our mongoose a little bit, but it's fine if we do. We didn't. Cool. So what's he do here? Okay. Land air mech crap. Sure.
Standing by.
So the Mad Cat is going to drop more artillery on him. We may get knocked down here. Hopefully we don't.
Copy that.
Okay. Hover tank moves up. We did not get knocked down, so that's good. That Maxim APC moves over. And what now?
Good to go.
Well, the Hollander can move up. I'm hoping to find an LOS up here. We do find one. On these hit odds, though, actually 80%. He was made unsteady by that artillery shot. Cool.
Firing all weapons.
So that's an arm destruction.
Target's taken a critical hit.
He moves phase 21, though.
Orders.
So it's going to be kind of tough. Let's see how close in we can move. I guess that's the best we've
On my
got.
way. Double time.
Okay.
Here it comes.
It's going to be a pretty major overheat. And we'll probably shut down.
Running
Yep,
too hot.
as
Gotta shut her
expected.
down.
But I'm trying to do
shut
damage
down.
to him while we can.
That's
He's going to
nothing.
move again immediately here. He got his evasive back, but he didn't lose
Orders.
his instability. So our Wolverine can actually
my
make him
way.
unstable through artillery here. Kaboom. And he should be unstable again. Unfortunately, he's
Ready
not.
for orders.
Sad.
Confirmed. Orders.
But we can move our hatchetman up over this direction and pot shot what we've got
Don't
here.
shoot. Got it.
Only a 4% hit chance, but if we hit, he's unstable. We do not. Not shocking at all. Okay. The Dragoon attack VTOL moves up. I would have loved to see missiles
I'm
there.
here.
It did not happen. But we're going to fire... Are we out of range of our sniper artillery? What's happening here? Why can't we fire a sniper artillery here? Maybe we have to move up. Are we calculating? We're calculating. Okay. Any moment now, RogueTech. There we go. Cool. Now we can drop that sniper artillery.
Aye, aye. Engaging target.
He's still not unsteady. Wild. At least I don't think he is. We'll double check that after these guys are done moving.
Our target is bugging out. Stop
Yeah, he's
him
trying to
before
flee now. Yeah, he's not unsteady. Yeah, you're not going to hit a 9 evasive pip. It's not going to happen. So where's he trying to go? He's trying to go all the way up here. Well, that's convenient. Okay.
Ready for orders.
So we're going to try to chase after him with our... Actually, we're not. Our mongoose needs to restart.
Back online.
There we go. The Hollander is not going to offensive push. We're going to head up over this way.
Copy.
Try to hit him with our Gauss. We've only got a 30% hit chance. And we failed. Not a shock. What's his evasive? 5? Okay.
Yes, Commander.
Our AD AC-20 ammo is going to head up over here and try to cut him off at this ridge. Sure would be nice if we had a Wolverine, or rather a Wolfhound. I keep doing that. Sure would be nice if we had a Wolfhound or a Jenner right about now. We're going to drop a Thumper artillery on this guy.
Affirmative.
A little bit of internal damage there.
Waiting for orders.
The Hatchetman is going to sprint up here, but there's no way we're going to get LOS this round. Okay.
Aye, aye.
The Madcat Mark II is going to continue hitting with the sniper artillery.
Attacking from position.
Still building up that instability, but that's a knockdown. Sad.
Ah! You bastards! Ah!
Okay. So let's see what ridiculous initiative they roll next time. This is going to be interesting. Those land air mechs are tough. There's some internal damage, but no crits, which we really could have used. The hover tank moves up and also fires on him. Gets more internal damage, but that's it. Okay, phase 19. That's not so bad.
Aye, aye.
So we're going to move our mongoose up over here. We don't get any ability to hit.
Commander.
But the Hollander can definitely fire here. We only have a 1/3 chance.
On it.
And we hit. I think. Yes. He has now lost his evasive,
Standing by.
and the AD AC-20 ammo will move up, but he will move very soon, so losing evasive doesn't really matter. He'll move almost instantly here. However, this tank will get to fire. Okay, that did matter then. That tank did a lot of damage. And he ejects. Okay. So the real question
Mission
is
successful.
just how much damage did they do to our Wolfhound and Jenner? Because those two mechs died very, very quick succession. The ram from the rear arc there was rough. And missing that melee was the main reason the Wolfhound died. But they're going to be hard to repair. Both of them. Very, very hard. We're going to have to bring the Commando out of storage, for sure. Well, it's not in storage. We're going to have to bring the Commando back into the main lineup. I think that's pretty clear. But what did we lose in the Jenner and the Wolfhound? That's the question right now. Double heatsink kit, engine core 240, engine XL. 2 double heatsinks, medium laser magna, small laser magna. Those aren't that hard to replace. Okay. In the Jenner, we lost the Engine Core 245, Ferrofibrous Armor, SRM-6, Clan Heatsink Kit. The Clan Heatsink Kit is going to be interesting to replace. So we'll see how repairable both of those are. That's going to be interesting. So that was a Red October, huh? It's still a question mark, question mark, question mark. Description redacted. Wild. Running dual Aero 4s. I mean, I'd love to get our hands on those Aero 4s. There are UAC 5s here. Ferrofibrous Armor. Guided Aero 4 ammo. I think we take the guided Aero 4 ammo. And we take the single clan Aero 4. And we call that good for now. Do we get the second? No, we don't. SRM ammo. Gyro defense is fine. SRM-6, we did just lose an SRM-6, so that's not too bad. Land Air Mech booster pack, whatever. Okay. Sounds good. So that Aero 4 is going to be very good later. I don't think we have a mech that can really utilize it right now. I would say replace the sniper artillery on the Magcat with that, so we don't have to deal with the knockdown. But realistically, we're not going to fit it. That's in the CT. It's not going to happen. So we're going to need a different mech to equip it on, but it'll be good to have the Aero 4 around for when we're able to use it. So that's something. Sadly, we don't get the heatsink kits or the XL engine that we needed to fix our two lights. So we'll see what our available options are. It's going to be grim. I think that we're not going to be able to get the Wolfhound fixed, period, until we get more parts for it. The Jenner we might be able to get back online, but it'll probably run really hot. Only 200,000 for the repairs. That's not as bad as it could have been. Okay. So I want the Jenner and the Wolfhound to be the top priorities here. This is absolutely fine. I also want the Magcat to be a top priority. So we'll get that going. Okay. There's the Argo upgrade engine repairs done. We're going to get another engineering upgrade done here.
Roger that, Commander.
There we go. More engine repairs. Cool. Those are nice and cheap, and we're just going to continue cruising through those. They also only take a week, so that's something to think about. But we need to pause here, and let's hop into the mech bay, because we definitely have some work to do on the Jenner and the Wolfhound. I think that the Wolfhound is currently not repairable with the equipment that we have at the moment. The Jenner likely is. So we repair that. That was an SRM-6, which we definitely have up. We definitely have additional SRM-6s. We could actually run an SRM-6 Holly if we wanted to. It's just a better version. So we'll go ahead and do that, but we need a fusion core on here first. It was an engine core 245 that we had previously. We might have to downgrade it to a 235 because that's what we have available. So it'll actually move the same speed, it looks like. And we should put in our SRM-6 Holly. There we go. And then in this torso here, we had basically nothing. We had Endosteel Ferrofibrous on this. So we can replace the Ferrofibrous. Not so much the Endosteel. And we have to drop this heatsink, unfortunately. And we can put in this heatsink instead. That was a free heatsink. That's not a free heatsink. So it's going to be grim. I think we have to drop this medium laser and put in an additional heatsink here. And we're still overweight. I mean, we could put in a gyro defense for max evasion. That's not bad under any circumstances. And I guess we could get like an Artemis 4 FCS for evasion ignore. Not that it's all that useful in this thing, but we could do something like that. What else could we do? We do have an XL engine, but we're not going to run that here, for sure. And now we're 1 ton overweight, 1.6 tons. We need the endosteel structure. I think we're going to wait to repair the Jenner as well. We'll double check on the Wolfhound, but I'm pretty sure that it's going to be the same story there. We're lacking the double heatsink kit. Otherwise, we could get this good to go. So if we were going to do this, this has an endosteel structure, actually. But we need it here. So we can put in the engine XL. Yeah, we need the slots here. So this was an engine core 240. We could put in like a 250. That'll be a little too heavy. But then an XL engine. The ferrofibrous armor. And then we needed our weaponry over here. But we need the heatsink kit. We have enough space for our 2 heatsinks here. And then we were going for a medium laser magna over here and a small laser magna. So it was something along the lines of that, but this is basically what we've got to work with, right? So we'd have to drop the small laser magna. That's okay. But realistically, we need that heatsink kit. This is not a valid configuration without it. We could drop the double heatsinks. Put the small laser magna back on and put on single heatsinks for the time being. In fact, drop the small laser and put on 1 additional single heatsink like that. That is a possibility. But this thing is going to run so hot that I don't think it's worth doing. So I think we'll come back to this after we have a double heatsink kit, and we need an endosteel structure for the Jenner to get that online. Otherwise, we're going to have to deploy with the mechs that we have. So that'll be okay. The Wolverine will be done in just 2 days here. 1 million C-bills for a year-end bonus, huh? We'll discipline the mech techs. I actually don't care about the -3 tech point penalty for 30 days. So that'll be fine. All work orders are now complete. Let's hop into the mech bay and make sure that all other mechs, other than those 2, are good to go. And yes, they are. Cool. So we'll hop back in over here, and I think we're going to... I think we'll run this battle here. Straight down the middle versus the Free Worlds League. It should be pretty straightforward. We're definitely not going to be deploying the Jenner and the Wolfhound. I can tell you that right now. Mongrel, what do you pilot? You pilot Jenner and Wolfhound. Okay. And Smoke is actually still injured. How long is Smoke going to be injured for? 9 more days? And Magistrate for 9 days? We actually do need to tick forward then. We can't have both of them out for 9 days. We could hire a new mech warrior. And actually, that may not be the worst idea if there's one available here. Although we're full on our berths, so we can't do that. Sad. Okay, let's get our next engineering upgrade going then. That'll be fine.
All right, I'll get the team on it right away.
Cool. And we need to tick forward 8 days. Which is exactly the amount of time that these engines repairs will take. I like it. Okay. So that's all well and good. Apparently it didn't take my first click. Fantastic. We'll hop into the engineering again and get another drop tonnage upgrade going.
Sure thing. It'll take a bit, but
there we go. And now we absolutely have to deploy. But let's hop into the barracks first and get some mech warrior stats. That'll be nice. Okay, Behemoth. Nothing.
What can I do? Standing
Brick,
by.
nothing. Live fire, you can grab a point of piloting.
Training complete.
Cool. Majestic, you're good to go. Magistrate, you can grab a point of tactics.
Training confirmed, Commander.
There we go.
Ready for orders.
Mongrel, you're
Hey.
fine. Smoke, you're
Waiting for
fine. And Von Cobra, a point of guts.
Mech warrior training
Okay.
complete.
Now we can deploy. Fantastic. Any moment now, RogueTech. Not the store, the command center. There you go. Got there in the end. Fantastic. Let's deploy this, and we're going to need to, of course, leave behind these two mechs. And in their place, we're going to take, unfortunately, this hatchetman. It's not great. And the commando. So what are we after here? Well, we're after cash, and we're also after a double heatsink kit and an endosteel structure. Those are high priority salvages for us, so we can get our other two decent mechs online. Honestly, it's not as bad to get them online as I thought it was going to be. Oh, and a clan heatsink kit, ideally, for the Jenner. But we can make it work without that. We do need the endosteel structure, but I would prefer a clan heatsink kit. I think we're very unlikely to get that here, but we can see what we can get. Okay. Any moment now, RogueTech. You can load this up. It'll be fine. Oh, here we go, I think. Are we about to get the loading screen? I think we're about to get the loading screen. Maybe. There we go. So we need to destroy the enemy scout lance. Our scouts have observed Merrick military units covertly surveying military and industrial targets. This increased activity from the Free Worlds League near several priority facilities suggests a strike is coming soon. We're tasking you with intercepting the scout lances, identifying targets, and eliminating it before it can report back. We don't have any intelligence about other possible enemy forces on the ground, Commander, so keep your eyes open. Indeed, we will. Okay. Is it just me, or is RogueTech, like, slowing down? This is always spooky when we're loading into a new mission, and it takes a much longer amount of time, because I'm like, what are you loading? Are you loading, like, 200 enemy units? I hope you're not loading 200 enemy units. Let's see.
Command interface
Enemy lance is in this region. Cool. Okay, they're up over here. Awkward approaches are awkward. They're in a pretty decent spot. I think we'll deploy somewhere around here. Okay. So what have they got? Are we out of combat right now? No, we're entering combat, I think. Yeah.
Orders.
Well, we'll move our mongoose up and see if we can scout anything out.
I've got
Oh
eyes
my.
on hostile reinforcements. They're heading your way.
An Arbiter, a Hermes, a Blackjack, and a Panther. We also see a Firestarter, a Viper, a Huntsman. Okay. Our Madcap Mark II is phase 11. This Panther moves up, fires on our mongoose. We're not expecting to take much damage here. We have 5 evasive. We should be okay. Okay, that's that Viper moving up over here. For the time being, I'm not too concerned about that. I'm going to move our Wolverine up here, and we're going to drop a Thumper right on this Blackjack.
Firing.
Okay. Good armor damage there. just across the board. And they shoot at our Wolverine. It's fine. I don't care about that. That's completely and totally irrelevant.
Yes.
So we're going to move up our Hollander here. I do want to get LOS with the Hollander. Although, I feel like this is maybe not the safest place to be with it. But we'll position it
Double
here.
time. Let's go.
71% on this Arbiter, actually. That's really good.
Copy that.
And we missed. Sure.
Damn it.
Gotta love RogueTech. Okay.
Yep.
We're going to sprint forward with our AC-20. And actually, only 24%. You know what? We're going to fire on this Blackjack. We could, in theory, stray shot it.
I copy.
And we did. We stray shot it and took out the torso of this Hermes, which wasn't even in LOS. Insane.
Commander.
So our Hatchman here is not very useful. It's better than nothing, but it's certainly no Wolfhound. No doubt about that. Our Commando is going to head up over here, and we should be very well defended. I do want to go for the Arbiter here. And I'm even going to fire the AoE rocket. I want to burn through these guys quickly.
You say so.
Cool. So good armor damage there.
All out of SRM.
Phase 12 is when they start to move, and we potentially feel the error of our ways. We'll see what that Hermes does. Irrelevant. I don't care about that. It can do that literally all at once, forever. The Arbiter moves back over here. Okay. That's completely fine. Missiles on our Mongoose, completely and totally irrelevant as well. I don't care about that. Cool.
Standing by.
So our secondary Hatchman here, this is our better Hatchman. It's going to
On
move
my
up
way.
and fire on this Hermes. And actually it has pretty good hit odds here into the weak arc. I'm going to fire with 6 machine guns.
Giving them everything I've got.
And the Hermes is just dead. Beautiful.
Target eliminated.
What do you
And
need?
our Madcat Mark II is going to move up over here.
Got it.
I'm going to drop the sniper artillery on the Panther. And ultimately, we're going to want to remove the sniper artillery from the Madcat for the record when we get better weapons for it. But we kind of don't have them right now.
Take this.
Okay. Moderate damage there. Cool. And no knockdown. So the Huntsman G moves up. For the moment, that's okay. That Blackjack closes in, fires on our Hollander, and misses literally everything on just 2 evasive pips. We'll take that. Exposed his side arc to the Hollander,
Good
too.
to go.
The Hollander moves immediately, and we're just going to hit the Blackjack right in that side arc. Oh, those are even LBXs. Okay. For a second there, I thought we missed, and I was going to be upset, but nope. Now, they're going to... Really, no evasive, and they missed the Hollander. I thought for sure that they were going to hit that. Okay, so I'm going to think about sending the Mongoose out over this direction
Roger that.
to start working on some of these mechs.
Whatever you say, boss.
We fully missed everything. I love it.
Reporting negative damage.
Okay, that's fine. Phase 15, what are they going to move? They're Viper? Yeah, they're Viper.
How's it going?
Okay, this Hatchetman, I would like it to round this corner over here. Unfortunately, it doesn't. It does
in.
position here, though, and we can snub-nose the Blackjack. Cool. So the Blackjack is now unsteady. That's pretty good, really.
Waiting for orders.
And we'll head on up
On
over
my
here.
way. Double
We'll continue to hit the Blackjack.
Give them everything I've got.
Okay, just a sensor impairment there.
What now?
The Commando is absolutely going to come over here with the Mongoose. We need to keep our lights together.
Oh boy, here we go.
And we will fire that tag. Cool. That's a successful tag on the fire starter. I like it. That blackjack moves up. It does still have all of its weaponry operational. But for the moment, we're okay.
Light damage. Holding firm.
Next up, it is our add AC-20 ammo. We're going to sprint up over to here, and hopefully we'll have decent hit odds here. Yeah, they're okay, actually. We'll take it.
Roger that.
Ooh, very nice damage, actually. That blackjack is just straight up dead.
One less target.
That's great. So I think we should start focusing our artillery on these guys out over here. The fire starter moves over, attempts to hit the mongoose, completely fails. This is good.
Commander.
And our Wolverine here, of course, is going to turn over this direction. I think we're going to fire on the Huntsman over here, because it could splash damage on 2 enemies. So that should be fine. We'll start to eliminate some armor from that guy. They have 3 phase 11 movers. Okay. The Prowler moved in closer, though. Fascinating. They're stacked together now, aren't they? They are. They're going to move the Huntsman here. So they're no longer stacked together. Fair enough.
Yep.
And we're going to drop our artillery out over this way. On that Huntsman. Do it.
Okay, I'm on it.
Not the greatest damage I've ever seen, but it's okay. Cool.
Ready to get it on.
So the mongoose can come in over here. We could actually kick this fire starter. Or actually, we'd have to punch it. I'm not sure I want to do that. I think we'll sprint over to here and just rear arc attack the fire starter. We have good hit odds with it here, so we will overheat, but I think it's worth it.
All weapons are go.
Let's hit him hard.
That's a lot of rear arc damage to that
Reporting
fire
critical
starter.
hit. Reporting overheat.
Unfortunately, we failed the shutdown override there. It was only a 30% chance. I was hoping that that wouldn't happen. Sad. We're going to move up with our add AC-20 ammo here. Good hit odds on the Arbiter. Take them. Cool. Arm destruction there.
How'd that taste? How's it going?
The Hollander is going to come up over here. We only have the one mech to shoot at, but 71% chance on this Panther.
Firing all weapons.
And we missed. Okay. Fair enough.
Negative damage.
Okay.
Good to go.
So the Wolverine is going to turn over here.
Roger.
We definitely need assistance out over here. We're going to keep hitting this Huntsman. If we can chip this guy down, then that'll be good.
Receiving
Okay.
you.
So our Hatchetman is going to walk up over this way, and we can fire on either of these. Hit odds are better on the Arbiter, so we'll take that.
Fire.
Okay, so that's a torso destruction.
Critical hit, Commander. Hey.
And at this point, our Commando is going to head off over this direction. We can only hit the fire starter from the side rather than the rear, which is unfortunate because it does have quite a lot of frontal armor still.
Locking a target.
But now it's heavily weakened.
Hey there.
And this Hatcheman can really stay put. And just fire the PPC at the Panther.
Target confirmed.
Was that a CT hit? It looked CT. Yes, it was. Cool. So that fire starter is going to hit the rear arc of our mongoose. And it's going to hurt. Overheating us further.
Not much armor left in that location.
Yep, I'm aware.
Can't vent all this heat.
Yep, I'm aware. And what is their initiative over here? Are both of these 13? Oh, that's disgusting.
I'm gonna need a medic.
All of these rolled phase 13, I think. Or no, the Viper did. Okay. Well, it could have been worse, but that was still pretty gross. Okay. All because of the 30% chance on the overheat there. Sad. I got greedy. It's okay. The Panther goes for the Hatchetman and gets a lot of damage out there, but it's spread out. It's fine.
I'm under heavy fire.
Cool.
My armor's getting stripped
So at
off.
this point, the Madcap Mark II is going to continue hitting that Huntsman. We haven't done all that much damage to it,
Aye, aye. Engaging.
but we have stripped off a decent amount of armor. Do we get knocked down? Yes, we do. Okay. That's fine.
Ah, damn it! I took one in the meat.
Okay. So what did we roll for phase 22? Oh, phase 3 on the Mongoose? That's disgusting. Okay. Who did we roll up here?
What's up?
The Wolverine. Okay. So we need to hit the Huntsman still. We're chipping down that armor.
Affirmative.
Okay.
Yes, Commander.
The Hatchetman is going to advance off over here.
Affirmative.
The Arbiter is, I think, likely going to die here.
Copy that.
I mean, unless we miss everything. That's one way to do things, I suppose.
Good to go.
So our AC-20 will move on up,
Position confirmed.
and we'll fire on this Arbiter.
Confirmed.
And miss again. Oof.
Receiving you.
Well, our Hollander can move in.
No shooting. Just running.
94% hit chance here.
Firing full complement
There we
on
go.
enemy.
That's a hit, but it's no kill. A little bit of HP left there.
Commander?
So this Hatchetman can fire from where it's at, I think. But we'll have to turn. Yeah. It's obstructed LOS, but it'll do. Okay.
I'm here.
So, the Commando here is going to go rear arc on the Firestarter. I'm not going to melee it. We are just going to melee arc attack here.
Lock. Enemy rear.
Okay. So the Firestarter's out of here.
Target pacified.
Now, we don't get to move our Mongoose until phase 3. So that's pretty gross.
Reporting major armor loss.
It's phase 15 right now.
Aye, aye.
The Mad Cat stands up.
Okay.
There we go. And we will
Ready for
continue to
action.
drop artillery on this Huntsman for the moment. These shots are not the most effective I've ever seen, that's for sure, but that's to be expected, to be honest. The Viper moves in and is going to go for the Mongoose. Guaranteed. That's a lot of machine gun hits.
That hit was really.
Okay, actually, Von Cobra ejected there. That's good. That's what I wanted him to do, to be honest. So that's the correct choice. Bad luck on the shutdown, but honestly, that could have gone a lot worse. So they're shooting at our Madcat Mark II. I don't care about that. All good. Honestly, if we could get those LBX AC-10s, I might put that in the Madcat Mark II. We do need to boost up our brawlers. Absolutely. So we can come in over here and hit either of these. The hit odds are best on the Panther.
Here it comes.
And we fully missed. Okay. Wow, this is an awkward seed that we have here. Lots of very, very, very low odds things happening. Cool. So we're going to get in behind this Viper if we can. The best we can do right now is side arc, but we need to keep moving on the Freeman. And we'll try to tag him.
Locking in target.
All of his HMGs are jammed right now. Cool.
Yes, Commander.
The Hollander is going to position up over here. Identical hit odds. We're going to go for the Arbiter. I think it's more likely to die.
Taking the shot.
There we go. So the Arbiter's out of here.
Waiting for orders.
The Wolverine is, at this point, going to continue firing at the Huntsman, I think. Yeah, we need to continue whittling down that armor.
Engaging.
There we go. That's a decent hit. Cool. So the Viper moves off and doesn't fire.
Orders.
Sounds good to me. Our Hatcheman is at this point not going to be shooting at anything, so that's okay.
Orders.
This Hatcheman can move up though, and it can shoot at the Panther. It'll overheat from this, but it should be okay. Man, our firing is weird.
Heat is cooking my internal structure.
Of course, they just completely failed that with no evasive, so they're having some awkward luck too.
I'm here.
The Madcat Mark II is going to fire at the Huntsman. We're continuing to chunk down this armor. It actually has basically none left in the rear, but it's out of range of our sniper artillery right now, and so we need to try to move towards it here. Yeah, I know you're calculating. It should be fine.
Roger.
There you go. And we're going to drop our sniper artillery here. We could definitely start doing a lot of damage in its rear arc very soon, if we landed our artillery correctly. Which we aren't for the moment, but that's okay. So they're firing at our Wolverine. Looks fine. The Huntsman moves up over here.
Let's
Okay.
do this.
The Hollander is going to look to finish off the Panther here. 99% hit odds.
Firing.
Okay, it hit the wrong torso there, but that's okay. The Wolverine is going to continue softening the Huntsman, but I think our Commando can go in for the kill here.
Affirmative.
That's a solid hit.
Aye, aye.
Okay, our AD-AC-20 ammo is absolutely going in for the kill here. Is this a charge? No, it's not. Finish him. This Panther is completely dead. There's no way it survives this. Right? It survived it.
Scored a critical hit.
Okay, he ejected. Good.
Commander.
So our Hatcheman at this point can turn around
Moving to
and start
position.
sinking its heat.
Standing by.
Our Commando could try to get into the rear arc of this Huntsman here. And the Huntsman's rear arc is very weak. Now, we can't melee it,
Full
but
speed.
I feel like that's okay. Probably a good thing.
Target lock. Enemy's rear.
Okay, a supercharger explosion there for the
Critical hit,
Huntsman.
Commander.
Cool.
Standing by.
Our Hatcheman is going to start running down this direction to try to get there. And what are they going to do in Phase 14? The Viper is going to move up over this direction. The Viper might be a good artillery target, or the Prowler might be. I think mechs are generally better artillery targets than vehicles, because they have more locations that can be hit, I think. I think that's the way the math works out. I'm not 100% on that, but that's my theory. So the Huntsman moves off and doesn't really do anything. He's panicked right now.
Standing by.
The Madcat Mark II is, I think, going to start hitting this Viper. And this guy has a lot of good tech on him. We might be able to get a clan heatsink kit out of that Viper. That would be amazing. Decent damage there. Cool.
Good to go.
So our Hollander needs to start coming down this direction as well.
Let's go.
Not too much for it to do at the moment.
Yes, Commander.
The Wolverine will begin firing on the Viper too.
Copy that.
That was a solid hit. Cool.
Standing by.
Okay, this Hatcheman is going to come on down here. And that's it for now. Sink that heat.
Commander.
And I'd like our Hatcheman to engage this Prowler.
Waiting for orders.
The AD-AC-20 ammo is also going to head this way.
Bugging
But
out.
there's only so far it can go. And that's not very far.
Here.
So the Commando at this point can come in behind the Huntsman with a potential rear arc melee, but we don't actually have the ability to melee from the rear arc here, it looks like. So we're just going to walk into the rear arc. And we're going to hit the
Outside.
Huntsman from the rear arc here. It likely dies here.
Roger that.
But we hit almost nothing there, to be honest.
That looked like a critical hit.
That was unfortunate. Okay. So the Viper moves off. And goes for the Hatcheman with all those HMGs. That's not going to do very much, to be honest.
Damage minimal.
Seems fine. Although, those are armor piercers. That's not all that fine. I don't know if you guys saw the amount of armor damage that our Hatcheman, or rather not armor, internal structure damage that our Hatcheman took there. Oh, that guy panicked and ejected. Sounds good. Not this Hatcheman. Oh no, I think I had that guy selected. I think I was looking at the wrong mech. It's all good.
I'm here.
It doesn't have that ridiculous armor piercing that I thought it did. So we're going to fire on this Viper here. Nice.
Commander.
Okay. We're going to continue heading down with our Brawlers.
Roger.
And our Hollander, which isn't really a Brawler, but
Good to go.
close enough. We're going to move in with our Hatcheman here.
Got it.
And the Hatcheman is completely fine. So we'll fire on this Viper. The Viper is less fine for sure.
Affirmative.
Okay. I want to come in and hit it rear arc, and then I want to start dropping artillery on this Prowler, I think. I think that's going to be the plan here. Seems reasonably fine.
Yes, Commander.
So the Commando is going to sprint up over to here. Hit the rear arc on the Viper, which is somewhat softened.
Copy.
We got a little bit of internal damage there,
Critical hit, Commander.
but really not all that much. Okay.
Aye, aye.
So at this point, the Prowler is definitely where I want to be stripping armor. That was non-great. But I guess it'll do.
Waiting for orders.
So realistically, I don't think that it's going to be that difficult to repair the Mongoose. I think we'll be okay on that front. I hope. Oh, this is a ram on the Hatcheman. Okay, so that's a successful ram on the Hatcheman. Into a knockdown. So that's going to reserve us back to phase
wounded.
21. It's not actually going to be phase 21. Okay.
Good to go.
So we're going to move up with our Wolverine here, and I'm going to drop artillery on this Viper. We're too close with the vehicle, and this one we might be able to sneak in artillery. Okay. Some internal damage there. The Viper will move now, and it could theoretically do a lot of damage in this Hatcheman's torso. Or it could just run away.
Waiting for
I guess
orders.
that works too. So we're going to bring in our Hollander here. 90% hit odds on this Prowler. Take it.
On it.
Cool. 76
Ready
damage
for
there.
orders.
Our Wolverine is absolutely going to keep hitting this Viper. More internal damage there.
Standing by.
Madcat Mark II, also the Viper.
Firing.
A lot more internal damage there. That's a knockdown on the Madcat Mark II. It is what it is.
I'm hit. Ugh.
Okay, we're going to bring the add AC-20 ammo in as close as we can, which isn't very close. Okay, now they're going to move their Prowler. Going for the Hollander. I definitely would have gone for the Hatchetman there. Fascinating.
Receiving you.
Okay, so our Hatchetman moves in. I want to sprint it in closer. And we're going to hit this Prowler as hard as we can,
Locking in all weapon systems.
which is not at all fantastic.
Failed to connect.
Okay. Unfortunately, they get to move their Viper before we move our Commando, but they just walk away.
Standing by.
I like it. We can only get into side arc here.
Go fast.
but we'll go ahead and take it.
Here we go.
So we tag the Viper. Cool.
Waiting for
The Hatchman now stands up. It's in okay shape still.
regain footing.
We're going to go into the rear arc of the Prowler here.
Move order received.
And we'll try to hit this guy a bit. We can't fire the snub nose,
Locked
but
on rear arm.
the rest of this will be fine. Okay.
Standing by.
So at this point, the Hollander is probably going to stay still. Unless we're better off moving in. I don't think we are. So we're just going to pot shot from here.
Affirmative.
And we do miss. That's not super shocking.
No joy.
Phase 20. So that's when the Viper is moving. Let's see what the Viper does. Irrelevant. I don't care about that. Completely fine.
Orders.
Our AT-AC-20 ammo is going to sprint up here. And we're going to continue firing on this Prowler. This is mostly just pot shots. But you never know. Some of these might connect. Like that one. That'll do it. Cool. So now all that's left is the Viper. And the question is, where is it? It is right next to our Commando. Okay. We'll reserve and let our Commando move next.
Right here.
Melee hit odds here are not the greatest. But it also doesn't necessarily matter. Nice.
Critical hit, Commander.
That's an exceptionally big deal.
That looked...
And he ejects. Okay, that's huge. So we're going to get some salvage here. What do we need? Priority salvages for us. Clan heatsink kit. Double heatsink kit. Endo steel structure. That's what we're looking for here. Top priority. So let's see what we've got. Any moment now. Come on, salvage. You can do it. You can do it. Come on, Yang. For whatever reason, that one was laggier than usual. Like, RogueTech is usually a little laggy, right? It's just the base game is kind of creaking under all of those mods. But that mission was a little laggier than usual, I think. Certainly in the loading screen. So we didn't take all that much damage other than the Mongoose, but I don't think that the Mongoose actually took all that much damage either. So we're going to hop down over here. Sure, there's some good stuff here. Absolutely. Absolutely. But a clan endo steel structure. Yes, please. Let's see here. Minus 50% structure weight. 14. Okay, there's fewer slots. Got it. Clan engine XLs. And there's both clan and double heatsink kits. There are 3 endo steel structures. I think here's what we do. We take a clan heatsink kit, we take a double heatsink kit, and then we roulette and hope that we get one of these 3 endo steel structures. Fingers crossed. Here's an Engine Core 145. We don't have one of those. Standard FCS. A Guardian ECM. We have 2 of them. And that's it. Sad. We did not get the endo steel structure, but I think we can make it work without it. As long as we have those heatsink kits. I was hoping we'd get some more high quality stuff from that roulette, but it is what it is. We got good things as it was. So that's pretty solid that we were able to get those that quickly. I like it. So, we need to get those light mechs back online. That's a pretty high priority here. As far as how much damage I think we took here, I'm not actually sure how much was damaged in the mongoose. It wasn't enough to defeat the mongoose. He ejected. So, I mean, obviously everything in the head was destroyed. But otherwise, there were crits. I think they might have destroyed a heatsink or two. I'm not 100%. We'll see. All of those clan HMGs into a shutdown mech's rear arc, though, that's a backstab right there. It's a pretty good backstab. No doubt about that. Okay, what do we got, Yang? 156,023 days for repairs. Okay, it won't actually be 23 days. Looking at this, yeah, it won't be too bad. We need to get the mongoose done as the highest priority. So we'll tick forward a few days here. Save Von Cobra at any cost, please. Von Cobra's injuries are more serious than anyone realized. Okay, 100,000 C-bills and -2 medical points, but Von Cobra is out of danger. Cool. Okay, so let's get some mech repairs done here on the mongoose. The mongoose is now done, so we're going to have to do internal work on the mongoose. And let's see what that needs. Obviously, it lost its head, which was a small heavy laser. That's a bit painful. It lost its Guardian ECM and a Clan double heatsink. Otherwise, everything else is okay. Energy accuracy FCS hurts, and a rangefinder there too. But overall, I mean, we can replace the Guardian ECM, I'm pretty sure. We had 2 of them, so we can put a Guardian ECM on here. We had the sensor upgrades that we can't really replace. We could put an Artemis FCS on here, but that's tonnage. So that's not going to be a thing. What do we have for Clan double heat sinks right now? We don't have any available. That said, our heat efficiency is kind of okay. But we do need 1 more Clan double heat sink to fit this engine. That's unfortunate. That's incredibly unfortunate. We could think... Yeah, we require 1 more external free heatsink. We just don't have that heatsink to put in. We could drop the Clan heatsink kit here and put an Inner Sphere double heatsink kit. It'll be a heat downgrade, but it does work. The question is, can we make this work for the other mech that we needed a Clan heatsink kit for? We'll find out. Or rather, that we needed a double heatsink kit for. That was the Wolfhound, I believe. So let's get the Jenner going here. We'll repair all, and the Ferrofibrous is replaceable enough. The Endosteel, less so. Okay, so we had a Clan heatsink kit here. So we put that in. And then this is all fine for the moment. Let's see here. We might want to go for the Engine Core 235. Let's see. With the 245... we don't really know what that movement was, but this is about the same. So a 235 might do the trick. We don't need any external heat sinks. And this does mean that we don't need the Ferrofibrous or the Endosteel structure. And we have 1.375 tons remaining. We could put in a Clan double heatsink here and be absolutely fine on heat. And still have tonnage remaining. Not a lot of tonnage. And I don't think we can actually do anything with that tonnage. Interesting. How much tonnage is a small jump jet? Half a ton? Yeah, we can't do anything with that tonnage, but we can get the Jenner back online. Cool. And now for the Wolverine. The Wolverine, or I keep doing that. The Wolfhound. It's not a Wolverine. We have both. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so we need the XL engine in here for sure. We need the ferrofibrous armor in here. Oh yeah, we don't have the slots because we need to put in the engine core. Engine core 240. We can go, I think, for a 250 now. I think we can pull that off. A gyro defense might not be a bad idea here. But that's all about... oh, that's jump jets. Hang on. Wrong tooltip. Yeah, a gyro defense might not be bad here. We can definitely do that. We're going to need the ferrofibrous armor. And then over here... Yeah, this needed the double heat sinks. So we don't have any clan double heat sinks. Where are heatsink kits? Shouldn't we have a clan heatsink kit here? I feel like we should have a clan heatsink kit here. Because we swapped out a clan for an inner sphere double heatsink kit. That's weird. At any rate, we're going to put the XL engine in. And that means that we have quite a lot of tonnage remaining, of course. But we're going to need weaponry out over here. So an ER medium laser and a small laser of some variants. Like that. And then, of course, heat sinks. So we have standard heat sinks right now. This is not going to cut it. Like, this is definitely not going to cut it on the heat sink front. Interesting. So I think we can't get the Wolfhound ready to go just yet. But we can get the Jenner and the Mongoose back. So that, I think, is fine. So for the Wolfhound, we need an inner sphere double heatsink kit, and that's basically it to get that back online. Fantastic. Okay, so we're going to have a financial report in one day. That's fine. No problems here.
Network orders
Got a
complete.
new financial report for you, Commander.
There we go. No problem. Okay. Madcat and Mongoose. There we go. And we need our mech warriors back too. So we actually need to take forward until Magistrate is back. And we should be working on our engineering, for sure. So what do we need to grab here? Well, I think at this point, Beta Pod is basically the thing that we need. Yeah. So we're going to go for Beta Pod here, and that will allow us to hire more mech warriors, which is pretty important at this point. We're definitely running into some issues with that. Okay. No lasting consequences. Cool. So Magistrate will be back in 5 days. And then we'll deploy here.
Those upgrades you asked for are online, Commander.
Cool. So, let's get deployed here. We're now looking for an inner sphere double heatsink. Fantastic. What is this? This is a capture base 3 skull? Word of Blake. I'm gonna avoid that for now. An assassinate? Word of Blake. Comstar. Comstar. Word of Blake. Okay. This is getting spooky down here. So let's think about maybe going... I mean, we probably could handle this Word of Blake mission. But I feel like the capture base would be even better. Straight down the middle here is a possibility. Yeah. Hopefully we'll get allies with the Lyran Commonwealth, but we'll see. So we can bring in, at this point, the Jenner in place of this crappy Hatchetman. So we'll definitely do that. And we're basically firing on all cylinders here. The Jenner is carrying unusable Deadfire ammo? What? Did I mess something up here? Did I forget to replace the SRM? If so, that's going to have some weight considerations. That was in the Jenner, it said? Yeah, I forgot to replace the SRM here. Okay, so the SRM-6 is going to be 3 tons. So that is a good reason to put ferrofibrous back on, as well as an endosteel structure. Alternatively, I'm just thinking here. What can we do with these 1.35 tons? We don't need more heat sinks. What else would we want? We could put in an Artemis 4 for just an evasion ignore. That's a possibility. That would only take 1 day. I suppose that's something we could do. And we could toss in some bolt-on eye rockets if we've got the space for that. Nope, we can't. They weigh 4 tons. Sure. Okay. So we'll just get rid of that Deadfire and toss in an Artemis 4. I wasn't actually anticipating having SRMs on there, so that works.
Job's done, Commander.
Cool. So let's go ahead and deploy this. And that is going to be... This capture base mission is what it was. We were running it right down the middle. And otherwise, we dropped the useless, crappy Hatchetman. Okay, it's not useless, but it is a crappy Hatchetman in favor of this Jenner. Fantastic. Darius is going to be upset because it's going to be more firepower needed, but Darius is also dumb, so we don't listen to Darius, and we probably should. But we also shouldn't. So let's just get this done. It's a capture base mission, and the real question is, how many Word of Blake Lances will there be? We can kind of control how they spawn, though, is the thing. If it's like the last one, there'll be one right away, and then we kill that Lance, and then we capture the base, and that causes another Word of Blake Lance to spawn. That's the concept here. So we can always outnumber the enemy, in theory, doing this. Well, let's see what we've got. Any moment now. Come on, RogueTech. You can do it. Oh, these loading times. This is one of the reasons why I'm really hoping for a BattleTech 2. That would be nice. But we need to capture the Blakest military facility. Commander, we're preparing a series of operations on Graham. However, before we can begin, we need a secure lodgement to bring military units and supplies down to the surface. We've identified a Blakest military facility that will be ideal for our purposes. We need you to land a strike force, capture the facility, and hold it until we can bring down our people to secure the location. Because this operation is covert and on an extremely tight schedule, you'll be inserting with no topographical intel. We're going to land in a hot AO with no idea where we are, capture a well-defended military facility, and hold it against a counterattack. What could go wrong? What indeed? What indeed? Okay. Always spooky when it takes a while to load like this, but that tends to be the case with Word of Blake. That tends to be the case.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Cool. So, let's see what we've got. It's going to be very interesting for sure.
Command interface initiated.
We're dropping dark, and that's the base there. Sure. We do have allies, and we're in a sandstorm. Okay. So we can't really drop too far forward here. So I think we're just going to drop, like, on this road and move up. Will be the plan. Cool. We're not going to take over the facility until we have all of the enemies defeated. That's for sure. That's a lot. So they must have turrets? They do. That's a Shadowhawk. We see a heavy LRM turret. We see a Padilla, a Calliope. Our allies dropped right in the base, though. So that's very interesting. That's a heavy UAC turret. Okay, we're going to move up with our Mongoose here. And our top priority right now is eliminating turrets that are on this side of the base. So we're going to hop up over here.
Confirmed.
70% versus 70%. Okay. And we will fire on this heavy LRM turret.
Acknowledged.
Only hit one of them. That's sad. Okay.
Waiting
Next
for
up,
order.
our Hollander. Our Hollander is going to head up the road and continue firing on that same turret, assuming that that Shadowhawk doesn't have good hit odds. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to hit the heavy LRM turret here.
Confirmed.
Cool. Next up, our Commando is going to sprint its way up and also is going to hit that heavy LRM turret. I'm not going to fire the AoE Rocket 5 here, assuming the game gets caught up. There we go. But that heavy LRM turret is not doing so well at this point. Okay. Our allies actually have an Ifrit over here. That's a pretty big deal. That Phoenix Hawk moved out over here and did nothing of note. I like it. So our Hatchman is going to move up and finish off, I hope, this heavy LRM turret. But we're only in range for the Snubnose PPC, so we're not going to finish it. Sad. Okay. Now our allies are going to move. This Thanatos is here. Hopefully it finishes off this turret. That would be the goal. Or goes for this other turret. But the Ifrit moves in and goes for that heavy Gauss emplacement. Does a lot of damage to it and drops a bunch of mines up here, which is not helpful, but it does eliminate the heavy Gauss turret before it ever has a chance to move. I like it. So, phase 14, who else moves? Oh, okay. They've got an artillery emplacement in there.
I hate these guys.
Or some form of artillery. Anyway, is that a mobile gun? What is that?
Reporting heavy damage.
Oh, that's a Padilla, of course. Rocking a long top. Exciting.
Ready for order.
Well, our Jenner is going to make its way on up. And the Jenner is going to look for the kill on that heavy LRM turret.
Targeting for an alpha strike.
Oof. That went very poorly. That went exceptionally poorly. Well, we'll see what the Thanatos here does. That thing's pretty powerful compared to what we've got. Well, at least not the Magcat Mark II, but... Going for the heavy UAC turret. Okay, I like it. That heavy UAC turret does need to go away. No doubt about that. UAC 2s, though. That could have definitely been a lot scarier. So that's fine. Phase 13, the Shadowhawk backs off and fires on our Hatchman indirect, of all things. Okay, sure.
Standing by.
Magcat Mark II moves up, and...
Understood.
What are we going to shoot our artillery at here? The Padilla? Honestly, I think that's the biggest threat to us here. Yeah, we're going to stray shot our friend, but to some degree, it is what it is. Okay. So we'll get some damage in there. Phase 13, our ally moves. That is going to be who? Some form of LRM. Oh, it's the Condor up here. Okay, sure.
Commander.
So at this point, our add AC-20 ammo is going to move up.
Move order.
I want to eliminate this heavy LRM turret. This may not kill it,
I copy.
and it didn't. But it is structure exposed now. Okay. The cavalry moves over and fires on the heavy UAC turret. I was hoping it would get a kill there. It did not. It got some decent crits, but that's it. Okay, phase 11. So that's going to be this guy. Is that an Arrow 4?
Damage.
Or is that Thermobarics?
Watch those
It's a
heat levels.
Chaparral. So that's an Arrow 4. Wow. Okay, loss of artillery.
Ready for orders.
Okay, so we're going to move up our Wolverine.
Heading out.
And we are going to hit the Padilla. We absolutely want that thing to go away before it can use that Long Tom too much more. Okay, and now their turrets are going to get to move. This is the moment where we hate life for a little bit. But they're going to have that Maxim move first, and then that Shadowhawk. The Shadowhawk does nothing. What is the Maxim doing? Shooting at the cavalry. Okay, sure. That's fine. The cavalry probably dies here. Actually, it doesn't. And then going for the Condor? I love it. This is really good. Okay, that's less good. Lots of UAC-2s there.
Losing lots of armor.
But those turrets aren't going to last too much longer. Okay,
Standing by.
so at this point, our Hollander is going to continue moving up the road as soon as the game starts responding again. There we go.
Affirmative.
We're going to move up the road here, and we are going to finish off this heavy LRM turret. Well, actually, it might not die here, and it doesn't.
Reporting.
Yikes.
Critical hit.
We poured so much fire into this thing, and it just isn't dying. So, the cavalry dies here for sure. But that's better than it firing its Long Tom at us. So I'm completely fine with that.
What's up,
Next
boss?
up, our Mongoose is going to move up over this way.
Copy that.
We've got the facility scouted. Okay. Yep, turrets exist. We know. And we're going to hit the heavy UAC turret here. Hopefully we kill it, but we may not.
Firm.
This thing has a lot of hit points. Yeah, it doesn't quite die. It's incredibly close, but it doesn't quite die. So that's the case with both of these turrets here.
Waiting for
Our
orders.
Jenner is going to head up over here. Any moment now, RogueTech. There you
On
go.
the move.
Our Jenner is going to head up and hit the heavy LRM turret,
Here it comes.
and it finally dies. Cool.
That
So that's
turret
half
is
of the
gone.
base turrets now gone. We'll see what our allies do here. This is going to be the Condor. It goes for the Shadowhawk side arc. I don't love it. If it was going to do an indirect attack like that, I would have preferred that it hit the heavy UAC turret, but that can die to splash damage, so it's okay, I guess. We're going to sprint forward here with our Hatchetman.
Going full throttle.
And I'd like to hit either the Maxim or the Chaparral. The Chaparral is the higher hit odds.
Target acquired.
Sad. And I want to clear out these mines as well. That would be nice.
Yes, Commander.
So, our add AC-20 ammo is going to sprint forward here. We're not going to hit this heavy UAC turret. I'm going to let our recoil drop down this turn, so that'll be okay. Next up, the Commando is going to come up here and attack this Shadowhawk. The Shadowhawk is going to be in a lot of danger from the Commando plus Jenner combo.
Here we go.
And we're going to tag it. And we'll get in behind it quite soon. Okay. So, phase 13 here. They fire on the Ifrit. Sounds good to me. I'd love it if the Ifrit went for the Chaparral this turn. That would be amazing. The Madcap Mark II is going to step forward here.
Roger.
And is going to drop a sniper artillery on the Padilla.
Roger.
Okay. So that kills this turret once and for all and opens the line of sight to the Padilla. We'll see what our allies do here in phase 12. This is going to be the Ifrit. Ideally, they come in and attack the Chaparral. Let's see if that's what they do. They went for the Padilla. I guess that works. They drop 1 million more mines in over here. I don't love it, but we can clear them. Okay, phase 12. That will be the Shadowhawk? Sure. So he fires at the Hatchetman there. That's okay. Not too concerned about that one.
Commander.
Our Wolverine is going to step up over this direction. This is in the fire, and I actually meant to be able to hit the Shadowhawk there. It unfortunately didn't happen. But we're going to drop artillery on this Chaparral from here. Because it needs to go away. A little bit of damage there, and we clear out some mines. That's fine. Phase 11. That'll be this guy up here, the Phoenix Hawk. Okay, he's just running around doing nothing of note. I like it. The Thanatos moves up and goes for the Shadowhawk here. Getting some MRM damage in. Not bad. Got a head hit. That's actually pretty good. I don't hate that at all. Somebody out over here that we don't clearly see. Sure. That Maxim command moves around and attacks our mongoose. Not a big deal. Cool. Ooh. That was a lot of missiles hitting for 4 evasive. I'm sad about that one. Okay. Next round.
Commander.
Our Hollander is going to move up. The Hollander's goal here is to work on this Calliope. Now, Calliopes don't have a lot of armor in comparison to some of these others, but they have enough to deal with that single Gauss rifle there.
Standing by.
The Mongoose is absolutely going to sprint up over this way, get as many evasive as it can,
Roger that.
and fire on the Chaparral. Now, our heat is high, so we can't really fire one of our medium-heavy lasers,
Taking the shot.
but the rest we can. That Chaparral doesn't have a ton of armor left. Let's see what the Ifrit goes after here. I would still prefer the Chaparral, although the Calliope would be an okay choice too. Or the Maxim, actually. That would all be good. Instead, the Ifrit decides to do nothing.
Good to go.
Okay. Well, that's a choice, I suppose. Not a good one, but that's a choice.
Engaging.
We're going to fire at the Chaparral here. And continue to chunk through its armor. It doesn't have much left, that's for sure. And we know that there's another Shadowhawk out over here.
Orders.
So this Hatchetman is going to advance. And it could go for the Calliope here. Or the Chaparral.
Target confirmed.
Structure exposure there. Cool. So when does the Chaparral move here? Okay, that Phoenix Hawk comes back in. Manages to hit our mongoose with one large laser there. Unfortunate.
Losing armor left and right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at this point, our add AC-20 ammo is going to head up over here.
Location confirmed.
And I'd like to shoot at this Shadowhawk. How much you want to bet we stray shot our Jenner?
Confirmed.
Oh, we actually hit the Shadowhawk. I like it. That's great. Okay. So that Maxim command moves over and fires on our Hollander.
Commander,
Gets a head hit. That's a little rude.
I'm taking heavy hits, Commander.
Aye, aye.
And the Madcap Mark II is running pretty hot here.
Position
But we're
confirmed.
definitely going to fire on the Chaparral. We barely need any damage on it to make it irrelevant from here on out. This overheat is insane. It's not saying that there's going to be a chance of shutdown.
Copy that.
And we got nothing into it. Sad.
My heat
We
sink
did fail
can't
our
take much
shutdown
more of
override
this.
there, so it just didn't tell me in the
Too
tooltip.
hot.
Okay,
Shutting
that's
down.
exciting. Well, the Jenner is going to walk over here and hit this Shadowhawk. We can only charge, sadly. And we're not going to charge it. We're going to walk over here, and we're running pretty hot. So we're going to not fire this improved heavy laser, but the others we will. Oof. Unfortunate. Only one laser hit there.
I'm here.
Our Freeman, on the other hand, can definitely come in here and melee this guy. In the rear arc.
Copy. I'd rather use weapons, but
There we go.
let's hit 'em
Fantastic.
hard.
Arm destruction is
Critical
not the
hit,
biggest of
Commander.
deals, but that engine crit is nice. So let's see what the Thanatos does here. I would like for it to finish off this Shadowhawk or go for the Calliope. Another engine crit there. And a head hit and a knockdown. I was hoping that that pilot would eject. Sadly, he did not. Let's see what this Condor does. The Chaparral moves up. It tries to ram our Mongoose. Luckily, it misses. Okay. So our Mongoose is going to get out of there if it can. We'll see what this Condor does. It fires on the Shadowhawk, and it kills the Shadowhawk. Cool. So that's fantastic. The Shadowhawk is out of there. There's still another Shadowhawk and a Phoenix Hawk. We're going for the Hollander. For now, the Hollander's okay, but not for too much longer. That Calliope does need to go. Okay, phase 22. Yeah, the Chaparral hits the Hollander there.
Something important just got hit.
Yep, I'm aware. It's in this torso? Okay. We're running an XL engine in the Hollander, so we don't want to lose that. They've really focused their fire in that torso, which is unfortunate. The Phoenix Hawk moves up and doesn't manage to get to the Hollander there. So that's good. Can we attack the... Yes, we can attack the Calliope from out here. Good.
Acknowledged.
So the Jenner is going to fire on the Calliope. There we go. 110 damage into the Calliope there.
Taking heat damage.
And our Commando is going to come up here as well. We really want to eliminate this Calliope. It still has a lot of armor. Okay. Next up is
Aye, aye.
our add AC-20 ammo. That can move up to here. 76% on the Calliope. Done. If RogueTech gets caught up.
Shot.
There we go. 86 damage
Yes,
there.
Commander.
Our Mongoose is getting out of here. We're sprinting up over here
Acknowledged.
and vigilancing. Cool. Next up is our Hollander. We want to protect our left side here. So we're going to turn like so.
Position confirmed.
We're going to fire on the Calliope. If we hit, it dies.
Confirmed.
And we missed on 86%. Yikes.
Reporting negative damage.
Yikes. Okay.
Waiting for
So our hatchetman is going to move in over here. The hatchetman is not doing so well either. But we're going to fire on that Calliope. It doesn't have the damage.
firing on target.
And it also misses. Gross.
My mech is overheating.
So at this point, the Maxim command moves. We'll see what it does. Backs off. Hits the Mongoose a lot there, actually. For 5 evasive,
Critical hit.
Gross.
I think.
right into the exposed structure as well. This one location. It destroyed a double heatsink. We do have double heatsink replacements. So that's not the end of the world. The Wolverine will fire on this Chaparral, and it should kill him. Absolutely.
Locking on.
There we go. So that's dead. No problem there.
That's a kill.
Now, phase 15, the Ifrit will move. Let's see what it does. It's out over here right now for some reason. It fires on that Shadowhawk. It gets very little done. I really would have preferred that it fire on the Calliope. That would have been far better. But we can see what the... Wait, that's the Ifrit. What just moved then? Oh, that must have been the Condor. So structure exposure on this Maxim,
I'm here.
which obviously means that we need to lob artillery at it, but we had to restart our Madcap Mark II. The Thanatos moves up and fires on the Calliope. That's good. The Calliope will die here.
Mess him up. Mess him up.
So that's all the turrets gone. And now there are 3 Blakist defenders left. I'm hoping that there's not actually another Lance.
I've got eyes on
Oh,
hostile
there is. Here they are. Okay.
You need to secure the area.
So what do they have over here?
I'm still seeing
A
hostile
Grasshopper, a
contacts on-
Warhammer, a Royal Zephyr, a Falcon, a Royal Champion, and a Sprint. That's
Orders.
a lot. I'm not gonna lie. That's a lot. We're gonna try to take down this Phoenix Hawk. We might succeed.
Coordinates received.
Successful melee. We did get some internal damage there, an engine crit.
Reporting critical
Sadly, no engine destruction. Okay. Very close. The Condor firing on the Shadowhawk again, I think. Obviously, our artillery needs to be focused on the new lanes. That's for sure. So that Shadowhawk moves up and fires on our Mongoose. Getting a number of hits there. But we also need that Maxim dead.
Yes, Commander.
So the Hollander is going to move up over... We don't actually get LOS on the Maxim. Okay. I guess we'll move up
Got it.
over here and fire on the Phoenix Hawk. This thing's got to go. Man, this thing's getting laggy. I think it's because of the sheer number of enemies that are here. Like, it's incredibly laggy right now. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the game crashed. That would be unfortunate, but I wouldn't be shocked. Maxim Command going for the Hatcheman. That's okay. We can eliminate that fairly easily.
Reporting heavy damage.
Okay.
Orders.
So the Jenner is over here. I want the Jenner to move somewhere a little safer
On my way.
and sink heat.
Double time.
Our heat is too high.
Standing by.
Now the Wolverine obviously lobs artillery at these guys. Right at this Royal Zephyr. Yes, we'll overheat. I'm not going to fire the LRM-10.
Confirmed.
That's not the greatest shot I've ever seen, but it did some splash damage.
Frying my internal.
We'll take it. Okay, so that sprint moves up, fires on our Wolverine. This is exciting. Is that just normal smoke, or did it drop a... Oh, no, it's going to bring in a barrage. Okay, we can get out of that. That's not a huge deal, I don't think. The Ifrit moves over, and what's it going after? Nothing at all. It's heading this direction, but it didn't really do anything. So phase 18 is going to be this Falcon, which headed over here.
Aye,
Okay.
aye.
Our Madcat Mark II needs to move towards the edge of this
On
circle,
my way.
and we're going to continue hitting this Royal Zephyr.
Firing.
Not the greatest artillery shot there again, but it'll do. Man, this is laggy. And it was a knockdown. Oof.
Stand
Okay.
by.
So the Hatchetman is going to walk in over here. This Maxim Command needs to die. Unfortunately, hit odds aren't great because it has 6 evasive, and this is a massive overheat. Yeah, sad. We can't hit it.
I'm taking heat damage.
Add AC-20 ammo is going to head over.
Coordinates received.
46% on that Phoenix Hawk. Honestly, the Phoenix Hawk dies to the Mongoose, so I think this is fine. We'll roll this. I don't expect much. Yeah. That Maxim Command is going to be really hard to hit with this much evasive. So,
Hey,
let's get our commando down over... Come on, RogueTech. You can do it. There we go. Let's get this commando down over here. And let's fire on this sprint.
this might hurt.
Okay. What else do they have? I mean, they have a lot. There's no doubt about that. So the Phoenix Hawk moves over and goes for a Wolverine, breaks through the armor.
Internal structure damage.
That's very unfortunate. Okay, that's in the CT. Oh, that's disgusting. And the Thanatos does basically nothing to the Phoenix Hawk. Okay, that was obnoxious. Sure. Cool. This is getting, like, increasingly laggy. I'm beginning to think that it is, that it's going to crash one of these times. Like, it's getting into the danger zone, I think. Which would be very unfortunate for sure, because it's basically time to end the stream, but we wouldn't be able to get back into it. So, that Royal Champion is exciting. Cool. It's definitely crash danger zone, I think. I've seen it crash in positions like this before. So we'll see if it happens. Hopefully it doesn't. That Warhammer moves up. That Warhammer's pretty dangerous. Going for our Hatchman rear arc. Oof.
That shot went internal.
Honestly, we probably can't do this, but at this point, it's going to take a long time to withdraw, is the thing.
Receiving you.
Okay, so the Mongoose is going to head behind the Phoenix Hawk. I mean, I think that we can do it, for the record. But we'll see. Okay.
Engaging.
There we go. So we successfully hit there. This guy should die from this, I think. Yes. So there goes the Phoenix Hawk.
One less target.
I mean, we can just eject all pilots if we have to. I don't think we have to. So the Freeman can come around over this way. We need to get in behind some of these. I mean, this is a rear arc on this Royal Zephyr. Not that I think that's super useful. Let's start making our way around here. The Freeman will position here.
If you say so.
Man, is this laggy. Okay.
Orders.
Our Wolverine needs to start working its way out of here. And we need to vigilance it so that we can sprint. It'll have to calculate what we can sprint. Come on, RogueTech. You can do it. Any moment now. No? No. Well, that's movements. Okay, now it's working. Cool. Well, we'll head up over here, but this is a terrible spot for the Wolverine. In all honesty, what do we have in this head? Medium laser scatter FCS. I think because of the barrage combined with all of their damage hitting the CT here pretty much, I feel like we have to eject. The barrage forced us into going this direction rather than this direction, and that means that the Wolverine will die. So I think we eject the Wolverine here to save us money later. And we may end up ejecting everybody. We'll see. The Ifrit moves over and does literally nothing. Again. Cool. So that Sprint moves over and does basically nothing either. Our Hatchetman can move up over here. So at this point, I want to get a rear arc kick on this Maxim APC. With luck, we'll be able to hit it, but it'll take luck, for sure. We did hit it. And we got some internal damage there in the turret. Sadly, it wasn't enough to destroy the Maxim APC.
Watch my heat. I'm taking damage.
Has 27 HP in there, we did 10. Okay, the Condor going for the Shadowhawk. Oh, good. Our Hollander at this point is going to come in here and... Are we going to melee with the Hollander? Or would we look to attack this guy? We could go for like a rear arc attack, but I think that's a bad idea. Honestly, I think the melee is the best call here. RogueTech, you okay? You're okay for now, but for how much longer is the question. Okay, so he successfully melee'd. Cool.
No joy.
We do miss the Gauss, but that Maxim APC will eventually die. So our Jenner is going to come around and join us over this side. We're in a position about here.
Full speed.
Only 4 evasive makes me sad, but we'll pot shot at this sprint. Maybe we get it.
Roger.
We do not. Very, very sad.
No joy.
Okay.
Waiting for orders.
Well, our add AC-20 ammo is going to come in here and kick the Maxim. There's a decent chance we get that destroyed. So we'll do that.
Acknowledged.
40 damage there. We missed the autocannon, sadly. And we're just not hitting this turret. Okay. Well, the Thanatos moves over, and let's see what it does. It goes for the Warhammer. It gets some okay damage out. Yeah, that's pretty okay. I think that this is pretty winnable. I do. It's not going to be the easiest thing in the world, but I do think that this is winnable. Especially with the Falcon stacking in back here. That's really good. Cool. So that Shadowhawk moves over, goes for our Hatchetman. Ooh, gets a stray shot internal damage on our Hollander. That's rude.
Losing lots of armor.
Okay. Let's see what they do next. That's the maximum APC. It backs off, goes for the mongoose. It does tag the mongoose, but it otherwise doesn't do very much.
Systems holding.
Okay. Cool. So the grasshopper moves up, goes for the Ifrit. It gets a couple of hits there, but I think we're okay. I think we've got this. Fantastic. I think we drop artillery here on the grasshopper for the moment. And our allies can help us soak up some of this damage. The Royal Champion is actually the new target for the artillery in this position. The Warhammer moves over as well, making the Falcon actually a fairly attractive artillery target.
Standing by.
Let's stand up the Mad Cat. And let's move out of the barrage area. As soon as RogueTech calculates our movement. Any moment now, RogueTech. You can do it. Any moment now. Actually, we may not be able to move, now that I think about it. We should attack the Falcon here, though. The Mad Cat will take a little armor damage from the barrage. It's not the biggest of deals. So I was hoping it would land on this side rather than on this side. It's a little unfortunate. We were knocked down again. Hilarious. Do we get an injury?
Ah,
We did.
you
We're okay.
bastards.
We're okay. We've still got 2 more. Cool. Okay, let's see what we've got here. That vehicle moves up. There goes that barrage. Yeah, we get a little bit of damage here. Not a lot. Okay, so Von Cobra moves first. And Von Cobra is going to sprint up over this direction. And sink heat. Cool. Okay, the Ifrit moves over and does what? Is the Ifrit fully out of ammo? It hasn't done anything in like a really long time. Where is it? Okay, Shadowhawk, you're moving, I know.
Lost one of ours.
Rude. But it's okay. No real problem there. We knew that that was going to be coming. Where is the Ifrit at? It's back over here. No, it has ammo. It's just refusing to fight. I like it. Okay, so the add AC-20 ammo is going to come up here and engage this Shadowhawk. We did miss, but it's okay. Cool.
That's a miss.
Oh, the music just stopped playing. Did we just crash? Yup, we just crashed. Well, it was a risk. We knew that that was a chance. Unfortunate. So it is past time to end the stream at this point. So I think I'm going to go ahead and stop it here. That's an unfortunate thing to have happen right at the end of the stream like that. I don't like it. But I think we'll try that mission again in the next stream. Sometimes this happens with RogueTech. This happens actually pretty commonly. It's a little surprising it hasn't happened yet on stream, I suppose. Or actually, I think it did crash once before, didn't it? Yeah, it did crash once before on stream. But it happens somewhat commonly. I usually edit it out of the series so that you don't have to deal with it, but there we go. We'll try that mission again in the next stream. We just don't have time to do that right now. So thank you very much for watching the stream. You can leave your offerings to the engagement gods in the form of likes, comments, subscribes, and bell ringings, and a very special thank you to all of the channel members for making this video possible, including Casserole, JJ Gamer, ALS Gamer, Kentuin, Jensgram, Spartan News, Nick Smarty, Video Games Are Not Real, Dimitri H, Punching the Microphone, and all the rest. And of course, you. Thank you for watching. If you'd like to support the channel, you can click the join button down below the video, and as always, I will see you all next time.